Gravity Falls to see if I can get something from that, but
Gravity Falls, or is it the? Is another
yeah,
show?
No, because Gravity Falls.
I
No,
think it's another show.
I think it's the other show because Gravity Falls
was
is
that
the old man isn't. Yeah, the old man in Gravity Falls isn't really
It's
Zen.
got a
He's not
fez,
really
right?
like.
There's one that.
Yeah,
Looks
that's
like,
the guy with the fez. That's the guy who owns the pawn shop. And
is it
yeah,
on
no,
Cartoon Network?
no, it's a Disney show.
Oh wait, is it that Star
Yes,
Universe thing?
yes, because that's what he talked. That's what they,
Steven Universe.
him and Kirsten
That's a
always
different
talk about.
Alright, well it's that show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the character's name. I've never seen that one, but yeah, that's the show.
There's many a scenario that fit because he was like licking the dirt or something like that, or licking a stone. Like, what?
Very eccentric character. Alright, let's don't you dare type that in my chat, you. Why is your profile image just a bench? I tell everyone you lift? Huh?
I had to think of something.
Just use your skull.
Adam, it's
No, I realized I use that for blind eyes specifically. So
title
for
is,
like my Google thing is my real name.
Oh,
Separation.
you can change that, you know.
You got an old
No, I
title,
know.
okay.
Well, this is purposeful.
Pat changed his midstream.
Vera update 50k CS Ice Team.
Hey, is that still my title on
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
on YouTube or
On
Twitch?
YouTube. Yeah.
YouTube.
God damn it. I thought I edited that.
Well, you didn't. Sold. For
Well,
Ice Team now.
that was my old thing. You guys tried refreshing the page?
Let me do it and see if it
Because
fixes
I
it.
did change it before. We were already.
No, it's still the same.
Heck you, YouTube.
May have to delete and read.
Well, if you're simul streaming, maybe it's like in a program.
Last week.
You sure you're not watching the VOD? Am I wearing a tank top?
No, you're wearing a blue shirt, and Andrew took a sip.
Mm-hmm.
Taking
Long
sip. Doing like audio over him, like folly work. Oh man.
How's the lighting, by the way? Because it's supposed to rain today,
It's fine.
and the
You're
natural
good.
lighting's kind of iffy.
All good.
Is this? You've got the stream marked as Vera update. I don't know if that.
Oh, yep, that's, I was streaming Tower Fantasy the other day. Well, I'm gonna finagle with that, but I'm also gonna read off of your guys' Discord stuff, too, at the same time.
Okay.
So, while I'm fixing that, because I do use a multi-stream software, and it does get kind of finicky, although I went to YouTube directly to try to fix that. Let's see. Session 81, let's start off with Alex thing. Actually, no, wait, hold on, scroll back up. Because I think Dan posted his first.
I got ratioed, yeah.
Yeah, it's getting jumbled up by the one shot.
It's just before the one shot thing.
Let's see. Session 81 recap. Laszlo broke his nose, defibrillated the hand of Varys, and discerned magical bongos. Then settled a squabble between thieves along the road to Ulport. I guess you call them thieves, yeah. Best kind of thieves.
I
What's
guess
next?
you're gonna miss the panty raid.
That's me putting the vote up. Next is Alec, 81. Varys managed to lose 4 more fingers. The rest of the league convinced him to let them try to sew them back on. It didn't work. Next is Andrews, is D&D summary report, : a lot happened in the span of like 3 days. Nice.
Imagine if that was it.
Varys counted 4 targets, and then lost the ability to do so again. Oh, he still has another hand though, so I'm not sure. Goose was Dauntless's wingman anytime. Zen became the newest member of the league to join the Body Horror Club. Laszlo redistributed wealth to the working class. Pat says join, ? I was purple and lost a hand already. Next was Andrew retorting with discoloration and disarmament are distinctly different than hosting honeybees in your skin. Kirsten also gets a inspiration dice for today with a gif of some guy vomiting bees.
Candyman.
I think that's everyone. Still haven't changed the title.
What about Gronk?
I deleted his post.
God. Brutal.
What did Gronk do?
Did it involve porn?
Horny, probably. I don't know.
Bonk.
No, it was the wait. Which one are you talking about? I'm talking about his fucking pun thing. Oh, the Nick Cage.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't see the pun, so
Oh no, that's because it's deleted.
did you is that when you were reacting with Clint Eastwood?
No, that was something else. That was
No,
for
that-
servers thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Deleted all my tags too. I'm trying to get Tailspire sponsored here. Come on.
Guys, I love the tail fire. My favorite. I feel like my lighting is like blown the fuck out. Oh, I need to fix
all right.
this thing.
The title should be appropriate now. I just.
Well, I'm blue.
Crash and find out.
I went blue for a second.
Yep.
So just a recap outside of your guys' stuff that you posted. The trip to Oldport is going well. Varys's dismemberment not included. There are a total of 1.5 days, according to this nice old toothless man who is smoking on the side of his porch, until you guys can get to Oldport. And his estimation could be on foot or by horse. You're not entirely sure because his communication skills were lacking.
He had dip in his mouth, I think.
He was a chewing tobacco enthusiast, yes. Let's see. You guys are 8 days into the trip, which is essentially the minimum amount of time to travel. Could take longer depending on whether or not you have horses, if any obstacles come along your way that really fuck with your time. You take a detour. Since you guys are taking the most direct route here, instead of passing by Ardsfell, you're not adding any additional days. We're coming closer and closer to the coast, so it does feel cooler around here. The trees are becoming more spread out, and overall, the type of animals that you see are becoming more coastal. You can see seagulls on occasion. The amount of forest animals and critters are still abound, squirrels, raccoons, and the like, chipmunks, etc. We're looking at the 24th of April, almost the end of the month. 8 days traveled in, sitting on a Dean counter of a D8 for our current predicament in terms of counter rolls on the way there. At this pace, you'll probably be within less than 2 days to Oldport. Let's go ahead and start off today. It's going to be the morning of the 24th. I believe is a good time to start. We're going to go ahead and have you guys wake up. Zen is not present, but under circumstances when it calls for it, due to his new B power, he now needs to consume essentially double the calories of a normal humanoid, which in many instances doesn't really actually factor in because you guys have a surplus of food, and much like Jesus Christ himself, can just produce it from nothingness. My guy, JC.
Didn't we
Word.
encounter those two folks from the bakery in Oldport that sold hardtack to?
I think we used it, didn't we?
That was in the morning though, and then we
Mhm.
traveled on to the small cabin on the road.
Yeah, that was yesterday morning.
All right,
now
right,
we're in
right.
the following morning.
Got it.
Oh, the whole day's been skipped.
Well, that was more or
I think
less
so.
the encounter for the day, because it was a minor encounter. So
Where did we end? Settling down for the night. So I just trying to remember.
we're just gonna go ahead and say it's the 24th morning. Sorry, morning of the 24th.
Okay. Cool. Do we need to roll a thing?
Well, you
I
gotta
didn't-
eat first.
Nom, nom, nom.
Deduct any
Look
food
over at
sources.
Varys. Varys, you or me?
Me. I'll do it.
For food?
Unless people really want to eat rations today, I'll do the berries. And then
Or gruel?
I'm done with gruel.
save
Give me
your
a
gruel.
berry, please. I'd
Give me a
like a
berry.
berry. One berry, good friend, for me.
One for everyone. And
Catch it.
oh no, 10.
wait.
10 is the limit. I was gonna say it's like okay.
Give
so
me 10
10's
berries. I'll
10 is
probably
the
die if I
limit.
eat 10 berries.
So we're covered for Pat's thing, at least as far as humanoids go.
Sure, the bees will
Well-
appreciate it when they get the chance to consume, but until Pat actually gets here, let's just assume that Zen is AFK.
Taken away by the bees.
He's a queen now. I must return to my people.
We're
I
on
got
to
a
a
bee out.
D8
He's
encounter,
royalty.
so let's
Could
go
I
ahead
roll?
and see if you want to do it, and there's no objections. Then
I'm just saying because I didn't roll one the last session and everyone else.
I object.
Mom said it's my turn.
I'm gonna roll. A 2.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Reset back to a d20. And in the words of our former president,
Do not come. I'm gonna come. On.
session 2. Was it term 2? Trump 2024.
Come back. Gonna do it.
All right. Since Lazo rolled this, it's gonna be starting off from his perspective, followed by Varus, and then down to the rest of you. That's judging by passive perceptions. If you're wondering where that order came from.
Makes sense to me.
You guys are traveling on the road, and let me just roll the dice to see what time it was. 3 hours after you guys break camp and get back onto the road. It is getting very cool again. Not so much like the dead of winter, like you guys were so used to. You don't need to throw on any extra clothing, although some people, maybe want to pull up your collar or something as a nice cool sea breeze hits you guys from the north. As you travel along, there is a series of what almost look like someone is breadcrumbing along. However, instead of using breadcrumbs, they're using daggers that have been planted into the ground. Blade side in the dirt, so the hilt faces upwards. There's probably about a 10 to 15 foot gap in between each one. And eventually they lead off-road and slightly into the woods. There you can see someone huddled behind a bush. They seem to be crouched down in such a way that you can see the back of their head and the top of their shoulders from behind a bush. At your elevated platform on top of your horses, you can also see that they have a cloak that drapes down and is currently touching the ground because of their crouched position.
So their back is facing the road?
Currently, yes.
I go up alongside like Varus and
Take out the 10-foot pole.
fucking stab that guy. I spot a guy off the side of the road right now. See those
Yeah.
daggers there? Follow that with your eyes, but keep quiet, man. What do you want to do?
What's he doing?
Sitting there, hiding behind a bush.
Is he hiding behind the bush from us, or is he hiding behind something? Is his back to us, and he's hiding behind from something that's on the other side of the bush? Is that what we're seeing?
There's a bush in between you and he. His back is currently towards you. He doesn't seem to be actively trying to hide, as he's not crouching low enough that his head is beneath the threshold of the bush.
Are they a large figure or a small figure?
Looks like a regular guy.
Is he within jabbing distance of the 10-foot pole?
No, he is off-road long enough away that you would
Throw a
need to get
javelin
closer.
at him. You want to just go on by? You want to just There's daggers on the ground. Isn't it a bit ominous?
We could just call out to him.
Who the fuck's revving their engine?
It's me. I'm gonna run this guy over my
Get
horse.
the fuck out of here.
Vroom vroom.
Yeah, I mean, what's the call here? Make a split decision, because I'm gonna just bolt away or go talk to this guy.
I say we just talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hop off of the old horse, and
We can
Follow-
talk from a safe distance.
I will. What do the daggers look like? If I was to hop off my horse and just not pick one up, but look at them.
Many of them are actually knives, not so much daggers. Of course, the difference between a knife and a dagger is bladed on 2 ends, and a knife is only bladed on 1.
Like kitchen knives, or like
Utility knives, boot knives, folding knives, pen knives,
gotcha.
all sorts of utility knives.
Sure. I will take one of the knives out of the ground, approach. So, hey, you dropped these knives on the road. I saw they were leading this way. What are you doing behind a bush?
You approach him, and his back is currently towards you. Upon hearing your voice, the figure jolts around. Much to your dismay, you notice that he has no face, although there is a flap of skin, essentially where his face would be. And for the most part is completely featureless. There are these weird mounds of where the normal
User
facial...
disconnected from your channel.
I couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle the
We
horror.
lost Kronk.
Okay.
Horror.
So there's like a mound where a nose would be, a little bit where indentation where the eye sockets would, but for the most
Oh.
part it's completely flat and featureless. They begin to raise their hands in such a way that it looks like they're grasping out towards you, and in a similar fashion to say you taking your glasses or taking glasses away from a blind person or very, very poor vision person, they begin to like grasp at the air. Weird muffling mumble sounds begin to emanate from around their figure. No mouth but must scream kind of thing going on here.
Ooh.
God.
Do I
Oh, this
recognize
is-
this fast, fancy work that's been done to this person, or
Do
Jesus.
do the
guys?
rest
We've
of
got a
us?
situation here. I gotta like step back a bit while he's Jesus.
Because
This
there's
guy's
one.
got
There's
no
only one
face.
person we've met who cuts faces off, and he usually does it off of dead people. So what's the?
I take out the 10-foot pole.
Don't poke the fucking thing.
No, but I'm keeping him from getting within 10 feet of me
Okay, well.
until we know that this
you
isn't
stay on the
some
road.
horrible
I'll be
face-stealing disease.
What? So he's got mounds on his body. Do you say like lumps and stuff? Is that
You can only see his face. Or lack
only see his
thereof.
face? But he's got like lumps on his face and stuff.
It's as if someone like plastered like
Something on
cellophane
top
wrap
of him.
on top of your face in such a way that
Okay.
it doesn't actually betray your actual facial features, but in terms of uncanny valley sort of thing.
Ooh. Varys, has this guy got like is he breathing? Put the goggles on to see if there's any heat coming off his mouth.
I do I do that.
This guy's freaking me out. He's breathing all weird. If he's breathing at all. Hey, stop trying to grab me. What's going on here? I say to the figure.
Figure stops grasping at the air and clasps his hands together. All of a sudden, all the knives in the dirt begin to tremble and begin to float on their own fruition. The one in your hand becomes light and wriggles out of your hand, and they begin to circle around him in sort of like a halo turned 90 degrees, so that it's not a ring above your head, it's like a circle,
Like
Oh.
a hand hanging outwards. Like
and it kind of hangs behind his head. They
Okay.
circle there.
I cast Shield of Faith on Laszlo.
Okay. And the circle of daggers and knives begin to like fold in on themselves and make these clacky sounds as if
Okay.
someone is operating them. He then takes up around from his pocket. He has a small piece of paper and holds it up, unfolds it. He can't tell if it's right side up or not, so he's
Okay.
just holding it out, and there seems to be some text on there.
what does it say?
Knife salesman.
Okay. What's
So,
going on? Knife salesman. All right. I sort of turn my head. You flip that around. This is a good way to conduct business, I guess. Definitely got
it?
me interested. I mean, it's a little bit crass method, but is this all your stock here? What do you got?
All of a sudden, from behind a bush that none of you guys saw coming, a small figure, only about 2 feet high, stumbles out and begins to affix their collar, straighten the little tie that they have on, and begins to, with his arms folded behind him, walk very boisterously and with much authority. Only being about 2 feet high, though, it's kind of comical to see him walk with such a strut.
Okay.
Gentlemen, I have seen that you have come upon my wares, and have been taken in by my little puppet here.
Oh,
Okay.
it's a puppet. Okay. All right. Cool.
What kind of
He-
puppet is he? Is
He
he
says
alive?
puppet. Because I've
Yeah.
been close to it, can I deduce whether that's real skin or like a fabric or something?
Make a
Right.
perception check.
Okay.
Go ahead and add +5 to that.
Okay. Had +5. Okay.
Yes.
18.
It seems to be some sort of leathery substance.
Okay. Very cool. Yes. I saw them on the road and thought to have a look.
Very
Unique
good.
business strategy.
I do need something to catch your attention, that is. I'm quite a small figure, and this puppet of mine is quite the attention grabber.
It got my attention for sure. Yes.
Well, we're here
so,
now, and I hope we can conduct some sort of business. I sell all sorts of knives, kitchen knives, utility knives, buck knives, skinning knives, the kind that you would use to kill someone.
What
Murder knives, we call them.
yeah, knives of death. What's this figure look like? He's quite small. Is he a gnome, a dwarf, a goblinman?
He's
What's
2 foot tall and has very many humanoid features you are used to seeing. However, he doesn't seem to resemble anything like a gnome. He honestly just looks like a shrunk down human. All of his proportions don't fit with that of, say, a gnome or a halfling. He doesn't have
Okay.
abnormally large feet. He's definitely too short to be a dwarf and doesn't have as many of those sturdy features that you would
Okay.
usually receive with a dwarf. He just looks like you scaled down a human man.
Sure. Let's have a look at these wares then. For a figure like myself or folks around me, what do you think would be a good fit for us to potentially buy off of you?
I have a good deal of utility knives used for all sorts of adventuring parties, good for cutting rope, opening a beer, uncorking wine, filing down your nails, clipping your nails, screwdrivers, flathead, Phillips head, can openers, something for a little utility for toothpick.
Okay.
You got
Do we
something
got a
serrated?
screwdriver?
Serrated, yes, I do indeed have a large folded saw knife, and once the assembly is complete, it is approximately 2.5 feet long, but collapses down to only about 6 inches.
Would be
How
good.
much?
I sell that one for a total of 5 gold pieces.
I pay the man.
The weird puppet thing shambles towards you, grasping out as if it is trying to search for something, and while one of its hand is presented outwards, one of the ring of knives from the circle around him begins to float gently down towards you. The figure
I
takes...
gingerly place the gold and then kind of do that.
The faceless creature puppet thing hands you the knife, and from a small fanny pack, he puts your gold coins into it and reaches into a backpack slung around its right shoulder. It produces a scabbard that can be used to sheath the thing, and is approximately a one-size-fits-all for many of these knives. The one that you purchased, you can seal away in this one, and has a little loop that can be either put around a belt loop, or whatever have you, in terms of keeping it handy.
Serrated survival. I'm just gonna put survival knife.
Do I even want to know what you plan on doing with that thing?
To survive, of course.
If
Come
any
on.
of you
else
folks
would
are
survive,
butchers of any
Varys?
kind, I do have a variety of cleavers available.
I'm actually looking for a well-crafted skinning knife.
Skinny knives, of course. Those kinds are popular these times, and particularly these neck of the woods, in the most literal sense. Those of you who find yourselves harvesting the carcasses of dead animals will lovingly take this knife here. He holds open, he presents the puppet creature. One of the knives dangles downwards, just in front of its faceless face. It's a very, very thin knife. Almost kind of looks like you clip your fingernail and just get the little clipping of a fingernail. It's that thin, and seems to be slightly curved. The creature kind of uses its thumb to test its flexibility. Flexibility is a very, very important thing to have for skinning knives, because if
You don't wanna.
if it's
you gotta
too rigid,
bend. Yep.
if it's too rigid, it'll just cut into the flesh rather than separating the sinew from the flesh, etc., etc. In any case, presenting the knife in that hand, and one scabbard freshly procured from its side pocket or side bag, it fits nicely and can be fit anywhere on your thigh, bootstrap. Some people like to have theirs on their chest or across their backpack or in their pocket.
How much was it?
This one is a bit more fine-tuned, but it doesn't require nearly as much metallic surface as the other one, so it sells for 3 gold pieces.
And 3 gold.
Now, I must
Boston.
warn you folks that all of my knives are of the highest quality. However, I do have something more special if you're interested in lightening your load, so to speak.
Do you have adhesive?
No,
Oh,
I don't carry that on my person.
He's gonna put a sore on you, Laris. You're gonna have a sore hand.
So,
What do you mean by that? You know,
what do you mean by interesting
is that a
items?
business? Is that a further secret deal that you're offering to just us?
Perhaps, as you have already established yourselves as customers, I do not feel any need to keep it secret from you. Are any of you folks in the, perhaps, market for second-hand organs?
I look at Varys.
Fingers are not organs.
They're extremities, right? Is that what they call them?
Yeah, but
Fingers.
I mean, if you have a pancreas, you may have fingers. I don't know.
He might have a pancreas. You wouldn't need a pancreas.
Wait, these aren't stolen organs, are they?
Well, what do you mean? That's a silly question. It probably are stolen, right?
The
Yeah.
man looks at you with a blank expression.
Where else are you gonna get them, Donald?
Are you just carrying humanoid type organs or something more exquisite? Like if I was to ask you for, I don't know, some Hydra organs or something, would you
The
have
fuck?
any? I don't fucking know. Is it just human organs that you have, or is it just
Why is
other
trying to-
organs?
You could have
Exquisite
a rabbit
organs? I
heart.
don't know. Trying.
Most of my organs for sale are coming from humanoids.
Got it. Okay.
As
Ooh.
you can see, my puppet here is my walking repertoire. If you'd like to purchase something, please just point at the specific body part and we can acquiesce you.
Oh, so you grow them on him, and okay, that's what I was thinking.
In the same
Grow
way
on
that
him or store them?
you could say a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
User joined your
Those
channel.
with the know-how can procure them in the same way that a mushroom farmer. You plant the seed, so to speak, and it kind of just grows. Most people don't understand that the human body is much like a plant.
Do we have any? I just looked at the group. Do we have any use for any extremities and second-hand organs?
I
Is that
look
a
at
thing?
Varys again.
What,
Doddles,
What-
if you
what-
cut off this guy's hand and try to attach it to me, what you see that there might not be a problem with maybe that a repeat of a certain problem we had the other day?
let's have a
Well,
dangling
he may
hand
know
for-
how to actually, stick fingers.
Well, I guess you could ask. Our friend here, since you're talking about how plants' bodies could become sort of like plants,
Spirit
would
type.
you grow his fingers back? He unfortunately had an accident a couple miles back.
He seems to have all of his fingers on one hand and a prosthetic limb on the other.
The dangling, where the fingers are like sort of put in, I just like feather it so it just like looks like it's just held
Finger-
by
The
thread.
fingers are there.
Pretty
The
good job, all right. Don't knock it.
the tendons and the nerves aren't. The nerves are dead.
Ah, I see.
You have something for that? Is there a thing that you could do?
I'm surprised it's not going through some sort of necrosis right now.
We use some magics to, quell that.
I see. An unfortunate situation for you, I suppose, but considering my line of work, if you're willing to pay a sum of gold, then I suppose we can make each other's lives more profitable.
Do you have like a background in, the medical? You seem quite an astute fellow, knife salesman and doubling as an organ dealer.
My background is a mystery to even myself.
And,
How much we talking here to get our friend here with some working hand?
Well,
Sort
it
of
seems
do
like a
gesture.
trivial matter. You're not missing any organs that I can see from your outward exterior.
Pieces are all there. It's just the connecting tissue is kind
That
of.
makes
the
the
nerve
job
endings.
much easier. Now then, this is going to be quite a hefty sum, as not many people have this capability. I boast myself as quite the astute. You could call me a doctor, I suppose.
He's not even here to experience it. He's not even here to experience
Everyone
it.
looks at Daedalus. See?
Where is he? Oh. See? he's out there with it. Okay, I mean,
Considering what we'd be asking for, I would also accept a barter of items of some sort if you do not have the gold to do so. But I would be looking at somewhere in the housing of somewhere of 5 to 700 gold pieces. 500, excuse me.
Does he seem like he's? How confident is he? Does it seem like he's overselling his abilities, or does it feel like he's
Insight
just?
check.
I'll go ahead and can I roll for that too?
Want to?
Yes, I'll roll for that.
jeez.
Knowledge.
I rolled a. Let me just double check. It's the same bonus for every wisdom skill. 26. I rolled.
Yeah,
Nice.
I did not roll anything that high.
This guy's the best non-doctor ever.
Yeah, 18 though for me.
That's pretty good.
You surmise that although this guy seems fishy and quite shady, considering the circumstances of you running into him, he seems to be some sort of weird savant of some kind.
A Michelangelo in the rough, you could say.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It was 5 to 700, not 1,000.
Somewhere between
5
5 to
million.
700 gold pieces. Now, the cost of that one varies depending on a variety of things. I do not see how many fingers are we dealing with here.
4 of those.
All of them except the thumb.
I see. Well, will you folks be paying in all coinage, or do you have any valuable items that we can sweeten the deal with?
I mean, what is of value to you?
I've
What do you-
taken
yeah.
a variety of items, many of which are easily resellable in the general public. Nothing nefarious. I don't purchase anything that is known to be a stolen good.
That makes sense.
So if you have some sort of bank robbery diamond in your possession, I'd prefer not to have hot goods in my pocket. Alternatively, I also accept fine jewelry. Can be easily sold on
You
the
got any
open
fine
market.
jewelry on? Like,
The individual presented here is dressed in a very large beige trench coat.
trench coat. Okay. Very large because he's 2 foot and the trench coat's for a normal human.
No, it's
It's like
just that
dragging on the ground.
it does drag on the ground, but not because of the sheer size of the thing. He has had it tailored to essentially
It's
make
by
like
design.
like a
Yeah.
tube around him. You can barely see his feet move when he walks because it's just so encapsulated inside of the trench coat.
Let me have a look at my little. Let me have a look at my little bag of stuff. Might be able to part with some stuff for you.
I'm also in the market of alchemical reagents and potions. It greatly aids in the harvesting process.
Sure.
Can
I don't have
interest
any-
any of you folks in an eyeball?
I seen an eyeball. I don't
No,
have
no.
an eyeball.
Are any of you missing any limbs, organs,
No,
etc.?
I'm good. I'm.
Care for
I
a
am,
second?
but I'm pretty fine.
Would you care for a second heart? I hear there's some gorillas that have too.
I mean, what benefit is that?
Time Lord.
Increases amount of blood flow, which in
One
turn
brick's good.
allows you to have more oxygen into your body.
I'm good.
You have a weird history of odd surgeries.
Well, just because you've had one weird one doesn't mean we can't add on top of it. It's in a similar vein to people collecting tattoos. If you don't
Well-
think about it for very long.
I like the party. I don't have any.
Yeah, you're poor. I
You know
will
what?
front the
Grandpa
cost for
Zen
you here.
has it.
Your
Grandpa Zen
poor.
has it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you got
No,
that.
I have the gold. I'm just saying, as far as items
Oh.
to kind of trade with. I don't have any items. I have gold, but the
I have a couple of alchemic reagents. However, it's nothing exciting. It's just some fire fern. I can trade you some 3. Put
Nothing
those
exciting. That shit's really cool. Wow.
Those
trying to
are
upsell
quite
you.
rare, relatively speaking. It takes you
Yeah.
quite some time to fish around in these parts to find good alchemical reagents. Although it's considering it's turning springtime, it's easier and easier as the days go on.
Wouldn't you like a jump start with that, though? You know, we've got a couple of pieces of them right there. That and maybe some gold. How does that sound as a... We throw in some fire fern, how much you gonna... Gold-wise, would that knock off?
Probably in the vein of about 30 or 40 gold pieces worth down.
Okay. So in gold wise, what about we just set it in stone? How
450?
much?
Considering he's missing 4 fingers, as opposed to, say, the whole hand or a whole arm, it's not going to be particularly expensive. I'm going to be having the base price at 550 gold pieces.
That's gone up 50, but with the fire fern,
Well, actually, the fingers are attached. Would you be able to do anything about the nerve endings?
Well, that's essentially what I would be repairing,
Hmm.
and the amount that I need to spend in order to actually get this process done efficiently is, some of it is going to be covered by the base cost of what I'm asking for.
You know, gents, new sciences, new magics, they're kind of expensive.
Mm-hmm.
It's a beautiful
Gotta-
mix of both technology, medicine, and magic, but in either case, I do still need a bit of capital.
All right.
understood.
I start fishing out gold. I need my hand, so assuming this isn't some con,
Would you
I'm
care
willing
to
to pay.
change your skin pigmentation, longer nails, etc.?
You
No,
can change skin
the
color.
Oh,
hand-
you can do that?
It's a very easy process. All you're essentially doing is telling these little... if you ever look closely, you find that your skin is made of tiny little, almost like mushroom-like spores. I'm not sure what to call them right yet. But
You're referencing mushrooms a lot. Is it
Wait, I
is
kind of
this-
squint. I kind of squint at that, and I rack my brain and think, like, wait a minute.
I don't know what cells are in
It's
this
all
world.
nothing
Is
here.
that like not accepted science?
This guy's
don't
done
have
2 out of 2
microscopes.
mushroom references
true.
right here. You
Well,
like mushrooms?
he's talking. Look, I know quite a bit about medicine, and he's telling me like.
He said he
Skin
also
is
knows
like
a little bit about medicine
spores.
as well, but he's not clinically trained, so he's not actually.
Well,
a
he's
doctor.
saying skin is like spores. Like, I'm gonna rack my brain there for a second.
yes, your skin is a similar vein to like spores. Whenever a fungus reproduces, it sends out tiny little buds. They're smaller than, say, like the tip of a pencil, but ever so minuscule. They can grow into something much, much larger. And I summarize that the skin and the rest of your body is in a similar composition, much like many other organic forms of life.
Were you like a mycologist in your spare days, as well as a knife salesman and an organ doer?
I am
Pretty
a man
fucking
of many
impressive.
trades, many of which came about through my curiosity as a child, and I had plenty of time on my hands, and more than enough, or lack thereof, fellow peers within my field of study, so it was all me. Anyway, enough about my history. You folks probably need this guy to have his hand back, so you want to keep your original skin pigmentation?
Yeah, skin and fingers as they are fine. I just need them to work.
How much would the skin job be?
That could be
Ugh.
something that is done during the process. All you need to do is tell your little skin pores to essentially change. It's like
Please,
just
right there.
No,
S-
I think
send them a
she's
little
talking
message.
about herself.
Nautilus, it won't solve your problem.
I think it might worsen your
Yeah,
problem.
if
Yeah.
anything,
They
you
might be like,
shouldn't.
"What the hell
Remember,
did you
you've
do?"
got- Remember that thing on your, you're
Well, that's kind of like embedded in the skin. I don't know if that would.
I think that's
no,
magical.
that's magical. No,
You got a whole other, and on your forehead as well. You got a whole lot of things. So I just
aren't we going? Isn't the whole point that I lost these fingers in the first place is because we were going up here to deal with this directly and not?
Yeah,
know,
I think
folks
we're
have
we're,
another
we're a little
around
bit
it.
too far down the trail on that to bounce out of it. I think, considering we're like a day and a bit away. So
Fair enough.
You folks need
Look
some
at-
other anatomical hoo-ha done?
No,
what
no.
what
I'm
is
straight
there
forward.
I
anything
can
that we
change your
can?
hair color as well.
Ooh.
Does anyone here want to be blonde? I can also do black. I cannot bleach it.
I look at Zen.
Oh,
Ah,
good how I
yeah.
look.
I'm thinking about it, but I kind of like the silver fox look. It's kind of nice on me.
Actually, I have a
Well-
question that's more.
I can also
General
change
question.
your iris color as well.
Is the stuff that happened in the Shadowfell permanent, or since I'm back in the material plane, is my skin tone been coming back to normal?
It's
I
a
don't.
very, very gradual process. Like you need a time lapse of probably like weeks and weeks to
Is
see
it like
it.
there's a photo of me every
But
day?
it is.
Or
It's
you-
not like. But it's not like.
It's not permanent.
Not
As long
from.
as
All right,
you're-
like
as long
that's
as
not even worth it.
You haven't been
Speaking
in
of
there
that,
long enough.
have we noticed Zen's coloration returning
Yeah,
at all?
it
And
has that.
We
that-
did.
his
It-
eyebrows
we-
were coming back in, right?
Hair around his head, where he was not balding originally. So, face, mostly. And he's also got the old man ear fuzz coming in.
Forest
that
outside.
is coming back, yes.
And the coloration of his skin is
He's gone from
like a bruise, right? You
purple
said.
Kool-Aid to like Barney the dinosaur, and then
Not like this color. He's not like blood red. Like...
no, he's not the Grimace.
So like that purple.
I can't see it because your
I need
lighting's
another
awful.
purple reference. I
Oh,
don't have
really?
any purple in the room.
It just
There's
looks
also
white.
delay.
Zen, would you want to go back to your regular skin tone?
It's like
It's
if
happening
you ever had
naturally.
like a lavender shampoo.
Oh, he's like that, like a lighter sort of turn. He's on the way. He's on the path.
I'm on the way.
I think I'd look weird with black hair, anyways. So
Yeah,
Keep it
I
as
think
is.
my locks would look weird blonde too.
You can
Yeah,
just do
it's
tips
some kind
if
of
you
I'm
like.
anime
set along this
character.
path, gracefully. But yeah, the fingers seem like a good job. Is there anything we can get as well that maybe hypothetically it happens again? Do you have like a business card? Like, hey, we need you to come this way and put a leg on or whatever,
Oh, I thought you meant fingers in a jar.
Well, like he's still going to have to do the process, but it sounds of it. It's not something that we can do.
Well,
I
I'm
don't wanna
a
be caught
mobile
carrying a hand around,
tradesman. I
but-
don't have a permanent source of residence. Technically speaking, you could say that I'm homeless.
So we just find you on the road. What's your next major stop, if you don't mind us asking?
I'm going to Ulport. I'm going to take a ship there and maybe go overseas to somewhere where
Okay.
my craft is more readily used.
Ah, okay. Where are you thinking?
I have no idea.
Hmm.
I'm gonna stow away on the next ship.
Really?
Beggars can't be choosers. Considering my
Uh,
size, however, it gets away very easily.
Definitely avoid hecafates. They wouldn't like this.
Well, we'll see where my travels take me. I'm not going to be choosing, I'm just going to hop on ship and see where it takes me. Worst case scenario, I'm in some place that doesn't like small people.
Worst case scenario is that you find yourself in a prison for knowing this cool magic.
Or you'll just be like, oh no, I got on it and I appeared at the other end of the continent. Could
There
Isn't
are
that bad?
very, very little jails that can hold me, don't worry, gentlemen.
Oh,
In any
glad to hear.
case.
550. Right.
550 is the
yeah.
base, I suppose, and then if your friend is going to hand over these fire ferns, I'll shave off about 40 gold pieces, so 510. If there's anything else you guys can use to sweeten the pot, by all means. If you're not using any organs, I can take your donations into account.
Here's my heart. No, I don't want to give my heart away.
You know you can live with only one kidney.
I like having two.
Can you really?
You can, but you should watch what you eat. You might need to cut down on the salt.
The double heart thing does sound cool. Do you have any enhancements for lungs or anything so I could breathe better in different environments?
Breathe better? Depends. Do you mean like hold your breath for longer? I can do that.
Yeah.
You might need to lose some of your ribs to expand the, accommodate for more than one lung.
You get
The more I
baboon
think on it,
lungs?
the more I'm like, we got places to be. I don't want to be. Let's just sort the hand out. I think.
Cardio, Laszlo. That helps with the breathing. Right.
Cardio. I do enough fucking cardio, kid. All right. I've been.
If you
I
have the
punched the
stomach
nose.
for it, you can
It
also
is
have
also
a
an
second
age
liver.
thing.
I don't drink very much. So
think
yeah,
a lot of
well,
drinking.
You can have a
enough.
second
Just
liver
Zen
substomach.
just on his horse. Neither do I.
I don't drink at all. Probably got a beer in his hand now.
If you
I don't
want,
even
you can
have
also
a
Puts the
liver.
beer
a-
underneath his beard. Like I don't know what you mean.
My liver does fine.
You can have a
Pretty much robust
secondary
liver going.
I have
like.
the dwarven liver.
sub-stomach that can be used to store food for long periods of time. In the same vein a cow does. If any of you would like chipmunk cheeks that can store large quantities of things,
A blade. That kind of hurt, I suppose. My God.
Stuck a razor in my
It'd be a
mouth. and
smuggler's
did
paradise,
this.
that I tell you. So yeah, what do we got to do for this process then? Obviously, pay you up front.
You'll pay me,
And-
and it'll take approximately
2 seconds.
2 gold. No.
action is not private. What?
What's
What
wrong?
was that for?
I take my data.
I'm a gamer. I've got it.
Takes an hour.
An hour. Okay.
An hour for 4 of my fingers. Yeah.
Pretty good. Pretty good. It's early in the. It's like middle of the day, right? Like you said, it's like a little bit into our journey, like 3 hours.
3 hours.
All right. Cool. Yeah, we'll.
You guys take a break. I'll
I will have a little powwow with the group while you're having that done. I need to say some stuff. So as we're getting nearer to the old port.
Hmm?
Yeah.
He unfurls his trench coat and reveals that he has a bandolier, essentially, of medical tools. The same way that
say fingers.
no, in the same way that like the RE4 merchant kind of just whips
Oh,
out all
what
his
you
shit.
buying? What you selling? Like,
Yeah. From that, he takes out a small, looks like a wooden coaster in his hand, but he slaps it down and it begins to grow out into a very large work table. In terms of his size, it kind of looks like you. To him, it's like a whole workstation. To you guys, it kind of just looks like a child's potty training stool. And he kind of just gestures for Varys to sit down on it. You kind of have to like squat with your knees really high up. Thankfully speaking, he's working on your hand and not like doing open heart surgery, so you can kind of just sit there. He takes out a pair of spectacles that rest on the bridge of his nose and begins to inspect your hand. He begins to wiggle the digits just to test how they're connected to the bone, etc. He takes out a series of magical implements, one of which appears to be some sort of crystalline wand, and in the other hand he has a medical scalpel. He begins to trace very, very small incisions around the knuckles where your fingers meet. Your nerves are dead, so you don't actually feel it. It cuts into the skin ever so slightly, but it's just enough that no blood starts to come out, but it just makes a little marker for himself. He begins to almost like crack your knuckles with his hands, and in the process takes a total of 1 hour for this spell. So the rest of you guys can fiddle about anything you want to talk about.
Wow, so you said you had something to say about
Yeah. Well, obviously we're reaching my home turf coming up soon, so I just want to get ahead of this now while we have a little bit of time. I obviously did not tell you my name when we met originally, and you just named me based off of my company that I worked for. But I do have a name that is used in Allport. And just for safety's sake and the people I know around there, I go by the name of Ivan. That's my name when I'm there. Ivan Poncho is my name. Use that as you will. Do not call me Laszlo, because you may as well be sending me up the river where I paddle doing that, because get some weird looks probably. But yeah, Ivan, Ivan. That's me. That's who you know. If you could do that, that would be very kind of you. But yeah, that's me. That's the name I got when I came here on a little boat. So that's the one I use when I'm there. That's who I'm known as in Allport.
I mean, I'll give it my best shot, but I've been calling you by the same name for a long time now.
You may get me killed, so just keep that in mind.
All your fault.
Let's just think of that. Ivan, Ivan, 4 letters, pretty straightforward. Or you can call me Mr. Poncho, either or, whatever's easiest. Just don't call me Laszlo, because that's the company I work for. You could call me Laszlo as in like, oh, he never told us his name, so we just called him his company that he works for.
Are you guys off to the side, or are you still in earshot?
I'm not too far away, but yeah, I want
Hey, Mr. Walmart.
Mr.
Why didn't you just give us this name before when you first met us instead of like?
This is my line of work, being a herald, and that is pretty tumultuous from time to time, and it's sometimes you need to put an alias on the board to
An alias for an alias?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you know my background as well. I need to fucking head on a swivel. So I didn't know you fellas at the time, and it's just the first thing that came to your guys' head and my head. So it's just I gotta have a name for a different place. So
I mean, I remember
South.
just calling you Mask because you had the
Yeah, I
mask.
fucking hated that. I didn't like that at all. So
Oh,
Yeah.
you guys started calling him Mask in the
You
beginning?
had a mask
yeah.
or helmet. I
Um,
can't remember now. It's been a while.
I'm sorry.
so-
I just came back. What did you say your name was?
It's Ivan Poncho. That's my alias up in Oldport, and what I've been known for the time I lived there.
Did you actually wear a poncho, or is this just?
No, it's just my surname. Just my
Now,
surname.
do we call you Ivan from here on out?
Call me Ivan or Mr. Poncho. I don't really mind as long as it's not Laszlo. That'd be kind of weird. Consider I'm a pearl diver, but yeah, just Ivan. When I'm in Oldport, you can call me Laszlo elsewhere. It's just
All right,
I
Ivan,
know
you got it.
I got a few folk that I know that know me as that, and you guys going, "Hey, Laszlo," blah, blah, blah. I think it'll be a little bit
Hey, why are they
of
calling
an
you
eyebrow
Laszlo?
raiser, like
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, understood.
I don't wear a mask there as well. I wore that on the way down to a new place, so I have to take off my hat, and obviously I got my helmet on, but yeah, a little bit different. Just have to roll with it. So this is my first little spot when I dipped off the ship. So I had to. I can't be called the other name because I'll be gone, gonzo. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Just we're getting nearer. I will be since that little meeting of those two folks selling hardtack. I'm going to be a little bit more concerned moving forward. It's something felt a little bit off about them. Maybe nothing, but the nearer we get, the unicorn thing, I'm a little bit worried. That's all. But it is what it is.
Do you want to take my shirt?
Pardon?
The disguise shirt.
No, it's fine. I got a be Ivan here. So
Speaking of that shirt,
Hmm.
are you gonna go in there disguised too, or full blown just?
I defer to Ivan.
Just
Four letters.
because
Ivan. It's pretty straightforward. I mean, you could do it two ways. You could be like really secretive about it, and we could sneak you in there and then reveal you to Ferno like that. Or we could go very brave and very brazen and be like, hey, it is me, the princess. I'm here. And
I am here.
Well, okay. I would like to say my reservations on both ends, essentially, and
Sure.
I'll leave it up to you because you know more about this than I do. If we don't make my presence known and someone else kidnaps me or us, no one would know. But if we go in guns blazing, well, I wouldn't use that phrase because that.
That was a gun.
If we go in there swinging, and it's just like we make a big show, then your boss could kidnap us all, and we'd make a target for ourselves. Which do you think it's more likely? Because again, if some other third party for whatever reason is also interested, in just
Nautilus, if you're wearing a disguise, who's gonna who that doesn't know you're the princess is gonna want to kidnap you? Like who
I don't know.
Well, I think ever since you accidentally went to the bathroom and took it off back in Ostia, if there's anyone following us or waiting for us, they're gonna know either way. So
All right, so
it's out of the bag, so to
yeah,
speak. So if you want to go,
I take the shirt off and I just kind of underhand toss it to you.
I don't want it.
No, not. I'm sorry, not to you. To
Fantastic! I've been needing this so much. I need that. Okay, cool. I'm so.
I would leave it on, honestly.
What? Oh.
I would say even if like I would say if we keep it on and we enter the city and then we deliver, like honestly, anything it reflects good on us that we were taking precautions to protect the princess. So as long as we're not, it doesn't appear like we're using it to hide
the bag.
Yeah, to hide you from the people you're being delivered to. I think it's actually makes us good for optics.
I pass it back to you.
Reluctantly, I bet as well.
Yes, very
Fine,
much.
you can
very
take
much
it back.
so.
Well,
All right,
yeah.
I put the
So,
shirt back on.
Mr. Poncho, is here.
Ivan, great meeting
Ivan
you.
Poncho. That's
Laszlo,
me.
out the door. Ivan, hello.
You know, as soon as we leave Output, Laszlo's back, baby. I'm back in the saddle, but
What happens if I like calling you Ivan?
well,
Well, then you
who
may
knows?
get him killed for a different reason.
Yeah, you know,
Mm.
you know, I could be killed in many ways. So
I think you just need to make like a new blanket name. So we just
Well,
call you whenever.
I like having different ones because if you stick with one thing for too long, people get wind of it and they're like, "Oh, this guy's been traveling here and all that," and you know, it could be followed. Got to keep ahead of it.
Oh,
Now, for how long have you been running? And I only asked this because, you know, I'd like to pick up on some of this knowledge.
Many a year.
Because I've only been running for a couple of years.
the
So.
hand guy is still working on Varus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Did you want your other hand back? I can do that as well.
I look at my right hand and Kalos' handiwork. He said, "Nah, I've grown attached to this."
I heard that. As
Just
soon as
yourself.
Kalos heard that, he like looked over to you with like a death stare.
Don't take it off, bitch.
Mm-mm.
Product.
It's
of-
more like
got like a
it's more like how dare you question this craftsmanship right now? It's better than your fucking
Oh,
hand.
this tacky
you
piece of
bitch.
crap on my hand. It's just like, oh my
It's
god.
way better than your hand. How dare you even ask?
Plus,
you
the
can't say-
circumstances that I lost these fingers were a little more personal, so I like them as a reminder. And like I said, I like the craftsmanship.
Extremely
What was the
painful.
What was the question you were asking? How long ago? I mean, early 700s, really. Up until now. So
Whoa!
yeah, that's why I got a whole life in Allport. So that's the whole Ivan angle is why it's important. But yeah,
Well,
this whole Laszlo thing may have tipped certain people off. Hence, people landing on the east not too long ago, back in the old December time. So Ivan will be a good little switch up. So yeah, but gotta do what you gotta do. Stay ahead of things. So
all right.
yeah. I just want to fill you lot in on that.
Good to know.
I don't think I should get a poncho because that would be too, you know.
I thought you were. I mean, just to double back, I thought you were mad that I made a pun about being attached to the hand that you made.
Oh
That's
no,
why.
no, I was good.
No, I'm talking about it. I'm talking about Kalos getting mad. I thought he
mean,
was mad at the pun.
It was a pretty good pun, you know, right? I looked down to the little guy operating. He's good, you know. He's quick on the quick on the draw on those
Okay.
things.
That joke went over right Kalos' head, and it's just like, how dare you
Insulted
question
by
my-
the whole like.
How dare you question my craftsmanship, you bitch?
Oh, this paperweight. But yeah, I mean, is there, what do you want to know? Like, you know, what? You got any questions? Just feel free to shoot 'em my way. But
No.
don't be like, "How are you evading capture?"
How
like, out loud,
how
you know,
how
like-
often do you switch names? Because I've only switched it.
It's
Actually,
more-
haven't switched it.
It's locational, I guess, and depends on what I'm doing, who I'm talking to, and
Well,
the whole thing. That's why I wore the mask going down, because people didn't see Ivan leave. You just saw a pearl diver called Ivan going down, heralding, but the face was, you know, hidden until I got somewhere else, and then I was someone else. Because, yeah. Depends, really. I mean, if they know you fled or got here, then they probably already know you're here. Gotta be careful with stuff. We could talk about it more another time, but yeah, just let me know. Oh, by the way, I do have something set up with your cat. We're gonna get this guy some licks. He's gonna get him some outfits when we get into Output. I know a guy.
what are you doing? What?
Don't
With
worry
my
about
cat?
it. He requested to me, his own volition, that I will be paying for an outfit for him. You can obviously help. You know him better than I, but you know, new form and that. He wants maybe a hat or something.
You speak cat?
He asked you this.
It was a silent.
Laszlo speaks fashion, though, so
yeah, it's he knows. He knows.
Oh.
So, you know,
The
if you want
interesting
something like
point
that,
of-
it's up to you.
and the
No,
cat
well,
he speaks
no.
fashion, and the cat
No,
was talking.
I don't think you guys understand how interesting this thing is. Hold on. He asked you.
It was like a silent, you know, agreement. But
He is
I
developing.
picked up what he was putting down. You know.
Look at that. He is developing his own soul. Look at that.
Got it.
His
Got
own mind. I'm sorry.
Fashion sense, you know.
Look at
He's
that.
appreciating the looks.
I look
So he's
over
like,
to Krios, like a father to a son, just like, oh, my man is growing
He
up.
likes feathered caps. Oh.
Nope, he's growing up. He's developing into.
I just look at the cat because me and him got a little agreement. But yeah,
So wait, he's not supposed to know what fashion is?
No. Well,
he knows what fashion is. Okay.
no, he knows what fashion is. The thing is that he's a cat. His soul was a cat before.
Mhm.
Right? So, animals don't really care what they put on. You know, have you ever seen a dog with an outfit on? They don't really like it sometimes.
Kind of like freeze up.
They don't like it when it's not comfortable. Like that's
Same
what
thing
they.
with cats.
I mean, cats
fact
groom
that-
themselves, so
The
Yeah,
fact
I
that
guess yeah.
that
Maybe a form of grooming.
that he
you know?
wants.
Yesterday, my brother strapped a fucking hat onto my dog, and you could just see him try to twist his head to try to
Oh,
wiggle
get
out
up,
of it.
Get up.
Yeah, he didn't like it. No.
Oh,
And
poor
when he
dog.
was a cat, he didn't like putting things on him. So, very fascinating how he's evolving.
Well, you know,
That's
put
why.
him in a new body, then he's gonna be thinking, "Fucking, oh, I'm
Yeah,
kind of
no,
barren here. I
it's
want.
interesting as fuck.
I'm seeing,
You see-
seeing all these folk wearing clothes, and I want fucking clothes.
I mean, I think you're underselling cats writ large. I mean, you look at dragons; they collect gold for their own vanity's sake. They don't exactly spend it.
I wouldn't say it's from an angle of vanity, you know.
Dragons are a bit different from cats, though.
Keeping up
Well, but
they're
appearances,
both
you know.
animals.
Dragons
You
aren't
said-
animals in that sense, Dauntless.
You don't want to hear. You want to say that to a dragon, you get fucking
Yeah.
killed.
Well, I mean, obviously, I wouldn't. But again, that goes to its own
you
vanity.
can't have a
so I can't
lowly
even
being
call it a
like.
Well,
you'd be dead.
I mean, you could probably say that about the white ones. They're more animalistic, but the red
Dragons. Dragons
other
are
ones-
dragons. A lot of dragons are smarter than a lot of people, so I wouldn't say no. Dragons are just
There's
animals.
probably some fucking
And
dumbass dragons as well.
Also, how can you
Just-
argue with the dragon expert about dragons?
Well, no, I'm not arguing. I'm saying it goes against your thing of
Dragon
putting down your own
expert?
cat.
He knows more than most about dragons.
Honestly, most of the
I
time,
don't know
think
shit
it's
about
just-
dragons, so I
It's
kind of
probably
defer
just
to Varus on
thumbs
that, yeah, I
that
suppose.
separates us from a lot of these animals. They're probably smarter than we think.
Well, the fact that he's
But-
developing it just
but, like,
makes me
Let's be clear for future, because I feel like our luck is what our luck is.
Hmm.
Don't talk to a dragon like it's an animal, because that's not what they are. Understand?
Well, yeah, no. What I'm saying is,
Get out of
Not
the-
all Dauntless, not all of them breathe fire. They're like, oh, I'm kind of fireproof. They don't all breathe fire. So
no,
like, don't.
I'm not disparaging dragons. What I'm saying is, dragons have the capability of speech, and that's how we know that they have the capabilities to think on higher levels. Whereas cats may just not have grown vocal cords
this
enough to
is
speak.
I really this
I'm looking
this
at
was
Krios
just
and,
a
I shrug. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I'll
Krios
give you a
just looks
hat.
at Daedalus and is just like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
This could be for like a late night
See, he
discussion.
even
Next time we do,
understands
next
what
time
we're
we do a
talking
watch,
about,
we'll
so.
we'll chat about it. Because
But we've just established that Krios isn't a normal cat anymore. He's been like,
He's
He's-
been I don't know
he's
what
been-
he's been, okay?
maybe it's the
he
effect
was
I have
previously
on people, you know? It could
I
be-
put him in a form of an ox. He didn't like it, but he dealt with it. I put him in a cat, which the panther that you guys saw, and then he wanted to become really scary, so I put him into the displacer beast. This is like the newest
Now he's
a
just
new
little
form
lad.
that he's doing.
I say
so-
little,
Well, I'm
he's
wondering
sizable.
if the transference of the soul is like that incongruence it gets is like the realization that it is a cat, and then if it is realizing that it is in fact a cat as opposed to just existing as a cat.
Because now it's in like a humanoid body, so it's like, you know.
he's more
Well,
like,
no, what I mean is like if you so it's not the cat when it's in a cat body is not thinking about it the fact that it's a cat. It's thinking where do I sleep? What do I eat? What is this big person that's feeding me and providing me with shelter to sleep? And then when
Yeah.
you put it in the ox, maybe it realizes, wait a minute, I'm not whatever this is. I'm whatever that is, and it sees a cat, and then it realizes the self-awareness.
I was pretty self-aware, yeah.
Animals are
I'm pretty sure cats are pretty
from
self-aware.
from what Kalos is kind of, you know, loosely kind of told us about what he's doing. It's his magic, though, may be what's enhancing the soul of the cat, though it might not inherently.
Yes,
Krios-
that's
and Krios
exactly
on
what
his
I'm
own.
trying to lay down.
And
Exactly.
Laszlo has
Krios is now
imparted
cat plus.
passion
Hmm.
into this little lad.
Cat. I like
So-
that. Cat plus, exactly.
Cat.
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll just be having idle chatter about cat and the way a cat is defined while Ferris is
Cat
debating
plus.
dragons and having his fingers reattached for an hour. And that's why rimmed hats are cooler than bowler hats.
I've seen those cowboy hats. I want
Or
those.
Stetson.
Is that what those are called?
Yes.
Yeah, I would want one of those instead of a solid brimmed hat.
I'm sure that they could probably they may have a Stetson, but I don't know because coastal. Maybe they have an import or something. We'll see. We'll see.
No, it's his choice. Whatever he wants to get, I don't care.
Sometime during the surgery, the 2-foot-tall man puts a little squeezy ball into your good hand as you flex and squeeze it, and then he puts it into the other one. He instructs you to flex and squeeze it, and you notice that you no longer have a phantom limb syndrome because it's a real limb.
Hey, good job.
And that's why green dragons suck balls. That's the conversation midway.
Are there green dragons?
Yeah, there's a load of fucking dragons, right? You'd know more than me.
Well, I'm asking out of character. Like I feel like I.
Yeah, there's fucking loads.
Okay.
There's a whole bunch of different out there. Although we've only encountered the white ones, but you've read about red ones and other.
But
ones.
we've seen. I saw that one on top of the when I was driving the wagon. I don't know what one that was. That big fucking thing.
Oh, there's a
Skullfang
there's
or
a
whatever.
legend of
Yeah,
a
there's a
massive
few.
dragon around
Yeah,
here.
that's the one.
Eternal Night or something?
Yeah, I think that might have been the one. Yeah, I think I saw that.
His name is Eternal Night. There you go, ya bitches. Knew I had
Yeah.
that somewhere.
That's the fella.
Surgeon gets up, he has you get off of his little stool, and he collapses it back into his trench coat. He wipes off the scalpel on his pant leg and kind of just shoves it back in there. Don't worry, I sterilize these between sessions.
Appreciate it.
Now then, seeing as none of you folks want any more extra limbs or organs, I suppose that our business here is concluded, and I may or may not see you again.
No, we're
Probably.
heading in the
Maybe.
same direction.
Oh,
But if
What's your
this is
what's your
awkward.
business name or your name so we could if we're
Adam, you
ever
gotta
in
pull me into the session.
Do I?
Unless I got disconnected from.
No, I think he's setting up the map, and we're.
No, I'm not pulling
Yeah.
you guys in here yet because you're not
Yeah,
on board.
Oh, okay. I
I
was
was,
like,
I was just setting up because I don't have you guys' mini set.
gotcha.
miniatures.
We're not
Yeah,
I mean-
what was? I mean, we should probably ask this earlier, but what's your name? Do you have a business name or a name yourself?
You just
So we
go
can have a,
by
recommend.
the surgeon, most people.
Yeah.
Judging by the fact that I sell knives and perform surgeries, it's the most appropriate name that I just dish out. My real name is not important.
All right. Well, in that
Gotcha,
case,
alright.
surgeon, if things go according to your plan, we might not actually see you again. But so
We shall see.
Safe travels and all.
If I can ask a question, where did you train?
I trained by myself. In my house. On small rodents.
Mhm.
I eventually moved up to cadavers at a mortuary in my teenage years, where I learned about human anatomy, and beyond that was experimental. Don't worry yourself too much, it's all legitimate, and I am not some sort of despot. In any case, he packs his stuff into his trench coat, and he has the faceless meat puppet. He sits on his shoulders like a parrot, and the two of them go walking off onto the trail. They're going the same direction you guys are, but you have horses, so you'll probably outpace them by literally double.
Hmm.
Along the way, the little 2-foot tall surgeon man, just begins to sing a merry, merry tune. You catch the lyrics there, and they're all in the same way of that one. What was it? Not Looney Tunes. Yakko, Wacko, and Dot. Fucking
Animaniacs.
Animaniacs.
Yeah, you know that song where he's singing all the countries?
Oh, I fucking love that song.
He's naming all
Right, you do.
the bones in the human body in song form.
Tibia.
The knee
Leg.
bone's connected to the something.
That something's connected to the other thing.
That other thing's connected to the other bone.
He's just like going riffing through him.
In any case, you guys lose sight of him, but you probably will overtake him in terms of distance covered relatively soon, as you guys get all squared away and ready to hit the road again.
On the road again.
You get back on. Varys, your fingers are all... It kind of feels like you've been sitting on your hand for like an hour, and it feels kind of tingly and numb, but they do articulate at the normal amount. You didn't do anything special, like change your skin tone or make it so that your pinky actually can curve another 90 degrees the opposite direction or anything.
Gun hand.
So it's normal. You didn't ask for the Sunday special or anything. In any case, you guys can get back on the road and continue. That's another 5 hours worth of travel time before you guys get a bit winded. Are you going to push on any further? Considering the old toothless man told you that you're about a day and a half out, you are concluding 1 day of travel. You could, in theory, get to Oldport sometime. It would be the late, or technically early morning, in terms of like the 2 a.m.s by the time you get there.
No, let's not break the horse.
Let's not push our luck.
Also, I have this thing where I think it's safer to show up in these, more typical cities in daylight.
Yeah.
If we're knocking on the front door. Especially since Solholm has its curfew, who knows what other rules are in place. We might be better on us to just...
I don't think they have a curfew.
Well,
At least when I
still.
was there.
You
Might be
settle
easier
down
just-
for the evening then. Someone go ahead and make a survival check to find an appropriate camping location.
I wonder who has to do that. Oop. That's a 12.
Could be worse, could be better. You guys find a location that has enough of an opening, and it's not too rocky. On occasion, you might need to toss a couple pebbles out of the way so that you're not sleeping on top of a rock. The area around here is not particularly inhospitable, but the amount of exotic vegetation is not really a thing. Considering how close you are to a city, many of these harvestable items would be already taken by some of the locals. People, animals, or otherwise. You can go ahead and get probably the last on-the-road camping night, assuming that you get to Oldport tomorrow. We'll go ahead and have 2 people on watch.
Actually, before we do that, quick question for you, DM. Under the debuff effects for the potions, Berserk, what does that do?
Berserk is you cannot tell friend or foe, but you get a damage boost to strength weapons.
Okay, and Paranoia?
Second, let me open up. That one is the effect of the spell Enemies Abound.
And what would the DC be? Would that be mine, or would it be set by you?
It is set by the potency of the thing that you made. It would be for... Let's see. We go to that one in notes. The debuffs. Custom.
I'll be back.
It'll be at tier 1. It's 11, 13, and 15 in ascending order of the DC.
You said so. The DC for this one would be 14.
11, 13, 15.
Okay. I don't think that's. I'm just gonna make a potion of vitality using the silver cap mushroom and the fire fern.
Did you give away your fire ferns?
I gave away 3. I had 4. Alchemy.
Okay, roll a d20 and add your proficiency modifier and your wisdom.
21.
So that is a tier 2, so the DC for that one is 13.
The potion of vitality.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the debuffs again.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's no DC.
Yeah, go.
That'd be crazy, like a DC. If it doesn't work, you just don't get healed by it.
I just don't. Yeah.
Imagine that. Well, it could be like it rejects it.
Alright, thankfully your mushrooms didn't explode during the processing, so you can get that one. Alright. Who's on watch?
I'll do it.
Alright. You see... Kindred? During your watch, you notice that, your surgeon friend just passed by you guys as, you guys are camped out. He walks by, and I say he, I mean the meat puppet thing walks by. You can see the actual surgeon himself is, like, being just cradled by the thing. He's kind of just reclining like a hammock, and kind of just walks past you guys. Seems that the servant.
He beeps his
doesn't really-
horn as he goes by.
How's it going, guys?
Hey guys! Love that.
Seems that the meat servant doesn't need to sleep, but the surgeon can still have him operate and travel throughout the night. Besides that, though, nothing really crazy happens.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna pass it over to who?
Laszlo.
Hello, what's good? What time is it now?
Halfway through the night.
What time do you go to bed? At midnight?
Maybe.
You guys are getting pretty close to the coast, so you've been seeing all sorts of new types of, mostly avian life. A flock of seagulls, at approximately like 3 o'clock in the morning or something, perch nearby. They begin to like groom themselves in close proximity, where they kind of just like dig into their own feathers with their beaks and kind of just fish out anything that's parasitic or in nature or whatever. The next time that the sun appears, they all disperse, and the rest of you are kind of rudely awoken by the sound of several dozen seagull squawks as they disappear into the sky. So we're on the 25th. Let me update my whiteboard. For 25. 7:39. 9 days traveled. You'll be getting to Old Port sometime in the early afternoon.
Like a flight attendant right now. Oh, will be sunny skies.
Well, the weather report says no, it's raining.
Yay,
quite heavily,
under the guise
actually.
of rain.
Anyone?
Good.
Since we're going, since we might be reaching city today. Is anyone not? Is anyone short on rations? We might just.
I have 19 days.
Okay.
I think Dauntless, you grabbed quite a few, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm all good.
All right. So I say we do rations today, and then so we're
Lighter
Got
on the
it.
loads when we get there. Yeah.
I gotta find some
Thinking.
like adhesive or something when we get to town.
Well, maybe go to the dockyard where they make ships or something. Repairs to ships might be something there.
Or like
Maybe
a
Pitch or tar or something.
tongue and groove clasp or something to that effect.
Tongue and groove clamp. Yeah, I mean, yeah, worth a look.
On the road, Pardoner. You guys go ahead and eat, and whatever the rest of you guys do for your morning rituals, choose your spells if need be. Get back onto the road, and we are set back to a D20, so we'll see if anything cool happens in the next 4 to 8 hours. Someone.
I'll do it.
Okay.
You said D20, correct?
Yes, we did. You said.
Woo! Amethyst dice is fucking heavy. 14.
Minor encounter at the 4-hour mark. Just at the outskirts of the city, you see signs of civilization markers, signs, fence posts, paved stone, and in this case, a small person. However, it's not the surgeon from yesterday. It is a small child playing hoop and stick. And he has a dog.
As a dog or is a
No,
dog?
he has a dog.
Oh, okay.
He's playing hoop and stick.
Half dog, half boy.
Oh, because we've never seen lycanthropes.
We've never seen a boy before.
Ed.
I've never seen a child before.
We've never seen
Ed.
children that turn into dogs. That's
Yeah.
never happened in this campaign. Actually,
Ever.
wait, it did like 2 months ago.
You
I don't
guys
know
are
about
at the
that.
bottom of a hill. Suddenly, a wooden hoop begins to roll down the hill, and it bumps into one of your horses. I'm going to say it's going to be Kalos because you rolled. Kind of bumps into your horse. Doesn't do any damage because it's a very light hoop, and it kind of just does that thing that happens when you drop a circular object and kind of just like rolls around
Boink.
until eventually its center of something eventually causes it to slink onto the ground. A small boy yells down from the top of a hill, and a dog chases after him. The boy runs down the hill and catches up to where the hoop is lying. He picks it up with his free hand, and he kind of looks at you guys holding one stick in one hand. The dog eventually catches up to him and begins to kind of just... it doesn't sound like an aggressive barking, but it kind of just barks in your general direction. The kid looks up at you and kind of waves his stick back and forth, specifically in a motion that would kind of be almost like, yeah, I got a sword too, since you have your great sword on you.
I flick the kid a gold coin.
What? What is this for, mister?
No, nothing. You figure out what you want to spend it on. Anything good happening in town?
There's a fish market sale. My dad bought us a new mantelpiece.
Oh.
Mom said she's gonna buy me a new pair of socks. And I got a play date later after lunch.
Well, now you got a gold coin to spend on the play date. Enjoy, kid.
Thanks, lady. He kind of gives the hoop a very good thwack with his stick. The dog does this really cool trick where it runs alongside the hoop and it kind of weaves into the opening of the hoop back and forth in a zigzag pattern. And the boy kind of like claps his hand as he does so. Eventually, the momentum of the hoop eventually runs out, and it kind of collapses, making a little hula hoop on the dog itself. The dog doesn't like being trapped inside the hoop, so it kind of scratches itself off, and the hoop falls away. Little boy turns around to you guys as he's playing still, and looks specifically to... How many of you guys? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. He looks at Zen. You smell funny.
That's the smell of honey.
Okay. The dog comes over and it kind of sniffs you, and the boy comes over as well. Why do you smell like that?
Cologne.
What's that?
It's stuff adults put on themselves so they smell good.
Can I have some?
I just ran out.
Aw.
Deception. Can I roll deception?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I love it.
Ran out this morning.
I don't have bees inside me. What do you mean?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I actually rolled 12 for once. 16.
He looks distraught at the fact that he doesn't get the chance to partake in this adult product. But he just continues to push his hoop and stick along the road.
I'm Willie now. Oh.
You guys are going the opposite direction, but you're very close to town, so you surmise the kid's going to be back in town relatively soon. You pass by a small hanging sign that says "Welcome to Oldport." It has a series of small pictures carved into the sign, and it's been painted over in such a way that it looks like, yes, we need to tell you that this is a fishing village because there's a large fishing boat and an icon of a fish on the sign. And it says, "Welcome visitors."
Greetings to my home.
A cool
Fellas.
sea breeze hits you guys as you enter. The parting of the waves of the trees around here open to the beach. Rocky soil around here is what you can feel beneath your feet. It's not very sandy. In fact, it's mostly gravelly. Getting down in elevation, you're also getting down to sea level, so it's much cooler around these parts. In the same way that you might want to like button up your shirt so you don't have too much exposed skin. It's not rigidly cold, but it is still cold. I'd probably put it around like 40 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, guys, you think I should do the thing? With the,
What
and
thing?
I kind of motion at the shirt.
Motherfucker, if you were gonna do the thing with your shirt, you should have told me. No, wear the shirt now. Now you wear the shirt. Because that was the whole thing with me yesterday. If you weren't gonna wear it today, I was gonna use the magic that it imbued it for me. But now you're wearing it. You're wearing it all day. Go.
All right. I pull up the disguise. Shit. What was the name of that? I wrote this down.
You
Guys, self?
man.
One of your regular human
Yeah,
chaps.
like the slow-looking blacksmith.
I didn't remember the slow element last time.
Yeah, I don't remember the slow beat.
As opposed to the slow-looking dragonborn.
Okay.
True.
Okay.
Are we talking physically? Are we talking
Right.
physically slow or?
Yeah, physically slow.
Okay. I don't feel bad about making that joke.
Get properly attired.
You should have probably said that. We did mention it in a big conversation. We should
But
have
that was
said
the
what
whole point of that
That
conversation.
was that whole hour
Like,
chat
fuck.
we had, and you didn't really. Okay, well, it is what it is.
Oh, I am now disguised.
Well, goodbye to you all, and hello.
Ivan.
Oh, Ivan.
Hello, my
Did you say
fellow
Bob?
Ivan.
Don't be saying the name too much, just, you know.
There's
What's the matter,
Oh,
Ivan?
You are Ivan, let's say
Why,
it in every
why can't I
conversation.
keep saying Ivan? That's
Well, I
your
feel like
name,
if you
right,
say
Ivan?
it too many times, it's gonna it's like one of those words where you say it and it loses all meaning.
Oh.
Exactly. So don't.
Oh.
But we know what your name is, Ivan. We won't forget what Ivan means.
Yeah, we'll never forget what Ivan means.
Hmm.
Thank you. You
What
know,
would
if someone
Ivan
Not a
yells out that
problem,
name,
Les.
don't be like,
Ivan.
"Ooh." Narrow my eyes at you for a second. Okay, all right. That'd be fun now before we go in, because
Yeah, fun. Haha. It's only a joke.
well, you know,
Stop
I might
laughing.
die if you fucking don't. So just keep that in mind.
What
Tell
are
you
the
what,
chances?
I will just say nothing until we get to where we're going.
Why
No,
don't you
your
lead the
boss
way,
is
Ivan?
gonna be my boss is gonna be your husband. So yeah, keep it real. Is
Ivan, lead the way.
the way in? Yeah, I'll just lead the lads in.
Ivan, lead the ways.
Into the town you go, descending down a very shallow, steep, shallowy steep, shallow, decline into the town itself. You are greeted by a series of people who are just going about their work, giving nothing more than just a head nod or a tip of the hat or a howdy in the cases where they actually feel like speaking. Many of them just see you guys as a bunch of travelers coming into the town. There is a nice little hitching post that you guys can put the horses up against. There are a series of other horses here, and it's safe to assume that there's people who take care of these somewhere. It's not a dedicated stable, so to speak. There's a stable in this town, but if you want to just immediately hitch your horse and get the fuck off of it, you can do that.
Oh wait, I'm riding a spectral elk.
And
Just
it
fate.
disappeared.
God
It would
damn.
just stay there, wouldn't
This
it? Like,
princess is fucking on point, yo.
Go on,
Going in
T.
there.
is there any like protocol first? Where do you lot like to go? Is there anything
First
urgent?
we should probably find an inn just so we know where we're staying tonight, and then from there we can go see your boss.
He's got a house. So we might be
We're
able to-
following your lead on this one, so Yeah.
Ivan leads the way.
I
Ooh.
nod and give a thumbs up.
Do you want to get that bracelet appraised that we got off those folks the other day? We didn't know the price on it.
I guess it wouldn't hurt if we're looking for some coin. But
I just shrug.
It was a. Let me write it down. Jeweled necklace, silver and amethyst. Yeah, I'd like to go get that appraised. Go to the store and get it. Get a look at that. Is it Thackeray's, or has he got another name for it?
He doesn't have a store here. He just works at the Pearl Divers main building.
Well, yeah, we'll go there then. Right to it.
You go towards a building that is labeled as Laszlo's Pearl Divers Incorporated. It has the icon that you're all familiar with. It's the diving, essentially, and little clam or oyster that's open with a pearl in its center. The size of the pearl is quite large and is basically the main selling point of the icon itself. There's a little door chime that jingles as you open the door, and a fresh scent of what smells like some sort of cement-scented candle as you enter the establishment. A small figure is set behind a desk. They have a pair of spectacles that are very high magnification, almost juts out probably about 3 inches from their face, and has a series of brass cylinders that extend his vision, and it is one of those types that is used by jewelers to inspect the efficacy and purity of things, etc., etc. They don't look up from their work, but kind of just begin to acknowledge you by grunting ever so slightly. Another person comes out from behind a bead curtain. This person appears to be probably a secretary of some kind, as they sit behind a different desk that is closer to the front door. This room has been essentially multi-purposed. It was split down by a small wooden divider, but you can see that both of these individuals are visible from entering the front door. One side of it has a small, like a thing that you speak to a teller from behind, like a glass barrier, and the person sitting there kind of just adjusts their seats. Welcome to Laszlo's Pearl Divers. Oh, Ivan, you're back.
Hello, hey, got a delivery.
Alright, well, you were gone for quite some time, and I see that you brought friends with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are they... What are they here for?
Oh, they're just coming with me, accompanying me on the way. Met them back down in Home, and I didn't have a job coming back up here, and they wanted to come with. I'll show them the home turf.
The individual with the fat pair of spectacles kind of like turns around in his seat. I recognize that voice. Is that my old drinking buddy?
It is. Zen, do you have any of that wine or beer left over? Anyone? I didn't bring
I
any
have,
with me, but...
I'll give you some
Got some.
Dominus one I have.
All right, well...
I just have whiskey. It's a little early for that.
I can't return without a gift, so here you go, Zachary.
Is it
These
good
are my
stuff?
friends. Is it good stuff, Carlos?
It's the best that Dominus can provide, actually.
Whoa, fancy stuff. Alright, we'll drink this in just a moment. I gotta check out this thing. But where the fuck have you been?
I've been on work. I've been working down doing that old polar bear.
Alright,
Man.
I heard that was dead now. Good for
Yeah.
you. Good job.
Oh,
Well
don't
done.
just thank me. You can thank the others here.
Alright, and alright fellas. This is Laszlo's Pearl Divers. You can already be acquainted with Ivan here. My name is Chuck Thackeray. I'm a jeweler, appraiser, and mercantile guild liaison. I've been working here for God knows for how long. You know Laszlo, he's... Sorry, excuse me, Ivan. As a slip of tongue there.
Even you.
did it. You can do it.
You know Ivan here, he's been working with us for more than, 20 plus years, something like that. He's good at what he does, and judging by the fact that old Blubbery is dead, reaffirms that the case. Now then, now that you're back, are you trying to, what's the plan?
Well, I got a delivery to make, and I got deliveries to make. Gotta speak to the big man. But yeah, I might be around here for a little bit, so before I get sent off somewhere else again. But
Sure enough, I get off at 5, we can catch up then. If
Gotcha.
you need
Alright.
anything, just leave it on my, my to-do list.
cool. I'll drop off the little bracelet that we got from the orcs. So it's the amethyst.
He has like a wooden crate that reads as inwards and outwards bound things.
Cool.
You can just
Um,
leave it in there.
Fellas, if you got anything you want to put in, just put that in there as well.
The paper tag that has your name on it, so I know who it goes to.
Gotcha.
I don't have any jewelry, sorry.
He
Cool, alright.
refixes his spectacles, and you can see like a magnifying lens comes out from one side. He begins to thoroughly inspect it, putting it so close up to the lens that you figure that you could probably see the fucking particles that it's made of if it's that close. The secretary there, so you have a delivery and you just speak to anyone particular?
Preferably Mr. Dolin. About.
Very well. I think he's in a meeting until about, 2 o'clock, and judging by the time right now, you got about a 45-minute wait before he's available.
Okay.
If you guys want to loiter around here, I don't particularly mind, but, you got a lot of folks with you, and I don't want you to... up
How about
too
this?
much.
We set up some lodging nearby, and then we'll swing back in. Shouldn't take more than an hour.
Let him see why not. We'll be here.
All right. Good to be back. Usher the lads out. Go get someplace settled in.
Mm-hmm.
There are a variety of locations that you know that you could settle down in. If you want to get in for free, you could sleep in a warehouse, I guess. If you want to pay for room and lodge, there is the Wee Laddie.
We laddie.
which is
I
a
let
tavern.
them know the options. You guys pick. We led or a warehouse, or is there another one?
There's no clan presence here, and actually, how many of us are still clan members anyway? Right?
Just
Two
two.
of us.
Two.
Zen.
I point to myself.
Zen and Dottie.
Clan presence here is very minimal. In fact, it's not even one of your clans. It's a Winterwolf lodging situation. They have their own building that's approximately 2 floors high, and judging by what they have here, can probably accommodate probably like 16 personnel. But you don't have that affiliation. So it can either sleep in the warehouse that is owned by Laszlo's Pearl Divers. You're not sure how comfortable it would be in there. Or you can go to the Wee Laddie. I'm gonna say it like that every time.
I think the wee laddie is probably the best.
Wee laddie!
The wee
That's a
laddie.
nice bed.
I mean, it depends on how discreet you want to be, but yeah, either or. Yeah, we laddie it is. I'll take you there now.
I give thumbs up.
Over to the Wee Laddie. It's a very nice tavern. It has a seaside porch that has a series of tables that have been set out, so if you want to go indoors or outdoors, the outdoor one, you can see a nice seaside seascape. In any case, the person who is running the tavern is a very, very nice looking dwarven woman. Her hair is tied up in 2 braids that drape over her shoulders and has a stained apron that is presumably covered in some sort of brownish liquor. She greets you with a very, very wide smile, recognizes Ivan as you have been here for quite some time, and pass by for booze and food whenever you feel the need to do so in good company. Welcome back, fellas. Grab a seat. It's get out of the rain. Dust yourself off. If you need a towel, we can acquiesce that.
Come.
A small person, presumably maybe a relative of hers, also a dwarf, a younger-looking dwarf man, and you guys each a set of like hand-sized towels, not the full-size ones you would bathe with, but just enough to kind of like wipe the water off your heads. What can I do for you?
I would like to get some rooms, hopefully.
Sure.
You got
I
any
got
going?
a series of I got rooms. What's your bunking situation gonna look like, fellas? 1 each? I do have enough for 1 each. It's if you don't want
How many?
to.
How many beds per?
Depends. I do have a series of single rooms that are set up in such a way that it's just 1 person per. If you want multiple beds per, we have a series of about 5 of those available, and about 6 singles.
1 of the big ones, Johns.
I figure if we're getting 2 of the big, we could get either 2 big ones or 4. Or no, wait, no, there's 5 of us.
Yeah, 2 big ones or
1 for the singles for each of
Yeah.
us.
2 big ones. Seems.
You guys want to get a cot? I can bring a cot to one of the rooms. Fold out cot.
Yeah.
make it a whole one just for
It's up to
everyone.
you guys.
Just
really,
cram it in.
I wouldn't recommend having that many persons in one room.
Yeah.
You break the floorboards.
I think 2 rooms is plenty for us, right?
Do we get them adjacent to each other?
I don't see why not.
Right.
Perfect.
Just, if you're gonna be yelling at each other to communicate through the walls, I'd say you not do that after about 10 p.m.
No, that's just
Understood.
an asshole move, of course.
Well, it's not the first time we've done that, so I gotta warn you. Anyways, that's gonna be, it's 5 silver piece per night. That's per room, so if you guys are getting 2 rooms, it's gonna be 10 silver for the lot of yous.
I'll throw in the 10 silver. For right now, just for one night, well, we might increase depending on how
That's fine
our
with me,
business
gents.
goes.
I'm gonna hand you your keys and go ahead and make yourselves comfortable. We serve dinner at 5 o'clock, and we got everything in between if you want a snack before that. Yes,
who's
hon, how can I help
next
you?
to me? No, I don't say. I'm not saying anything at him. I look at who's next to me and I kind of poke them.
Who are you poking?
There are 4 of you, so I'm gonna roll
Well,
d4.
Pick one then, motherfucker.
I fucking love it.
What the fuck?
They're gonna have to.
I poke Kalos.
Look over. What's up? What?
Just staring at him.
I look at him and just like what?
Roll dice at him aggressively.
I go, nuts.
Oh,
You Viney, and I look at the I'm so sorry. I didn't. You and Ivan are clearly acquainted, but I didn't catch your name. What was
I'm
your name?
Heidi.
Heidi.
But everyone around here just calls me Ma.
Ma.
It's much easier to yell from downstairs. You know,
Okay.
hey Ma, you know. And I get the difference before, you know, anyone needs my help. Heidi or Ma. Anyway.
Ma, do you by any chance have any beer nuts that we could actually have?
Yeah, sure. They're on the bar right over there. Help yourselves. If you feel thirsty, then we'll, you know, we got plenty of booze. If you need water, we got that too.
Perfect. And it's what time DM? Like 1:30?
It's about 1
o'clock.
1:20 right now.
Okay.
It's always beer nuts hour.
All right. Oh, you know what? Then you started already, right? Let's go ahead and just start the day. I'll just get around for me, Zen, Ivan,
I'm good. I don't want to.
Barris,
I'm set.
I give you a
Thank
thumbs
you.
up, and I go over and grab a bowl of beer nuts.
Daughterless. Do you want a round or just the beer nuts is just okay? I'm just gonna have just two beers or and 2 shots of whiskey as well, please.
All right, that's gonna be 6 silver pieces, hon.
And
gonna go up
I
to the
toss
room.
her 7.
He gives you like a little wink and puts the coins into her front pouch, and gets you all of your alcoholic beverages. Godless, having grabbed literally the whole bowl of beer nuts, she replaces it with another one. You can see
Oh.
that.
That one.
You can
As
see
she
that
as she replaces that one, I'll take it too because I know Daughterless, so I'll just take it. Ma, I appreciate it.
Take
The
it out
beer
of
nuts
his range.
themselves, you can see, are coated in very large salt crystals. It could be like sea salt, considering where we are from. And eating just one already kind of puts you in like you got the dry mouth thing already. They are beer nuts plus in sense of
roided out.
A lot of plus
to
today.
hydrate you.
Yeah, cat plus,
I
beer
want
nut
beer.
plus, then plus.
I'm Zen Plus now.
So you
And
guys have
plus,
room and lodging for at
excellent
least
bees.
the next day. You have a couple hours until dinner is served, and less than 45 minutes until your CEO is available to speak with. You can just loiter around here for a bit if you want. If there's any conversations you want to have before we meet
Probably, yeah. How do we? Okay, we're sub 45 minutes. It's been a long time coming, Godless.
Also, I'll
How
be right back.
how are you? How are you feeling? Being so close to it happening.
I shrug and give you a thumbs up.
Any curveballs to be expected, or what's your play with this? You know, how are you? You know, just so we know.
I
Laying it as it
again
lies,
just
or
shrug and
yeah. Okay. I just wanna, you know, we traveled a fucking far time to get here. So
Yeah,
I just
no
want to
more,
be sure that you know what you're about with this, and
Also, no
Yeah.
plot twists, you know.
yeah, that's what I just want to account for. You know,
I mean, at least no plot twists on our end. So
you know, I'm not trying to rip your face off or something mid mid conversation.
I look at the shot and I look at Zen and I look at your health.
Yes.
I'm not gonna kill a bee, but drown the bees with beer.
They need the sustenance.
I guess, yeah.
They are part of me. I am.
Caloric, yeah. You weren't fucking there for that. I told him what it was about, and he's like, he just went in. You know, never looked back, I suppose. But it's weird being back here. I tell you, fucking very strange.
I can imagine you've been gone for a while, right?
A couple of months, yeah, a little bit.
Well,
Yeah.
you're back. Feel like you say it feels weird.
Yeah, I mean it's odd. I've been, you know, down in the middle in the south for quite a bit, further south than I've been in a long time. So, well, I'd never been down south really. Thank you, Blubbery, for that one. I suppose. Do need to just get Bolly Vollops card. I need to hand that back to the front desk as he's, no longer with us, as he was ripped asunder. He was the fellow we found outside of the little fishing town.
I remember.
Oh,
Yeah.
the half
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, the half man. So I'll do my due diligence with that. Other than that, I'm probably gonna let you handle the majority of conversations on this one, Dauntless, just because it's more pertinent to you. I'll intro you, but do you want to be introed as I'm a silent blacksmith, or
So, don't think about it now, but when you
'Cause
do
I-
wanna, you could just in your head just
I can front end it with like, I have a delivery and I can deliver the marriage certificate and the pearl, and then seeing how the situation's going, and then you can be like, "Ta-da! It's me. I'm a princess."
I kind of lean into your ear. Look, you're asking me a lot of questions in public when I'm not supposed to be talking.
We're
that
up in the.
much.
I went up to the room.
Oh,
I went up to the room. I would assume you would come
Okay.
up eventually.
I
I took the keys and went up. So.
Yeah, we just.
Yeah,
that's why
I
I
wouldn't be
grabbed
spitting
the
this
second
out.
bowl of beer nuts,
Blank.
so
Okay.
you don't have to.
all right.
but,
No, honestly speaking, I don't. We're not trying to put on a show. I don't think we should
No,
make it
I'm
too
just
fancy.
saying, but-
Just as soon as I can
The
drop
opportunities there.
Yeah.
No, but I think that's how it probably should be handled. Like,
But let me
I'm
front
here-
end it with
make
the
a
with the pearl
Yeah,
and the
it's not. We're trying to be razzle dazzle. It's more like,
caution.
you're
It's
just
kinda
in
razzle.
disguise. That's all you are.
It's like a little bit of razzle dazzle. It's fine. Yeah, that would be a good way to go about it. But you want to leave anything in the room? Can do. If you don't. But we got some rooms. You can head back if you're ready.
Before you do, give me 1 second. I want to read something just to
Take
make
your
sure that I
face.
can do.
Oh.
I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back.
You got nuts in real life. Are we RPing here? What?
We are RPing. We're not on nuts.
He's nuts.
Guys, all settled?
Don't even.
Andrew's
Andrew's
getting
going to get some
water.
water. So
Oh, I got that part.
Oh,
you guys
the
gonna do
air
anything else?
Yes. I actually
take my own skin off.
I fucking shoot myself.
Wow.
Back
No,
to session one.
I take those dissolving tabs that I have and I infuse it with enhance ability and give him the charisma. As soon as he comes back, I'll let him know. But I
Just reheat
infused
his drink.
yeah,
He
you can
spiked
just put it.
it
You can
with-
just
with
put it in.
charisma.
It's like a. It's like a breath mint,
Here, take a breath mint.
He has he smells like brimstone all the time because of the fire glands and all that shit, right? So here's
I don't know how he smells. I don't really.
smells like.
I wouldn't have been able to tell you a day ago or so.
But that is called Eagle's Splendor.
It doesn't have to be eagle. You could always flavor that shit.
Well, that's why
I
I'm
think I did that
flavoring
last
it as a breath mint. That's why. That's what the
take a
thing is
fucking breath
actually
mint.
called. Like here, just put
You
this.
come over easy when you're speaking as well, because you're not like brimstone in it, I suppose.
Minty Splendor. Got it. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and exit the wheel addy.
We kind of need Andrew here to go there. I'll be
Yeah,
honest.
so
He's taking-
I'm gonna just talk really slow
How long
until
does
he
it
gets
take him to
back.
get water?
I'm gonna
I don't know.
I'm gonna use the little boy's room too since he's not here.
I like to think that he doesn't have a pitcher, and he just gets a ladle and goes into the cistern of his toilet and kind of just ladles.
Oh, he forgot his water bottle. Oh, he's
Cistern of the
grumpily,
air
look, he's
fryer.
grumpily walking away with it.
Yeah, look at
Provide
him!
a
Look at him
water.
and point and laugh.
Oh, I gotta go get this water filled up.
Now that he has a cam on, he can't say that. Fib. Anything.
Gonna come back in with a filled up
That
air
being
fryer
said,
over
the
there.
rooms are not that far away from each other.
They're not. No, that's why I'm asking. Curious.
There's a secret closet on the left as well. I've just got a hallway behind me. Like,
I mean, the whole thing is basically a hallway that. Actually, I wouldn't even call it a hallway. It's more like just a.
Like you walk in the thing and then there's his doors.
a nexus, I guess.
And then next,
It's
Yeah.
just,
Oh,
cause
you
it's
got a
just,
core
'cause it's just a
hub, like-
corridor, and then all the rooms connect to it from there in like a starfish shape.
Okay. The more you know, I guess. I'll wait for Henry to get back now. Hey, you get
meantime-
your breath smells fresh. By the way, you have Eagle's
back.
Splendor. Tell
Oh
him
yes.
what you've got.
I give you a little tab, and I just say, before you go in, if we're separated, if I'm separated from you, put this in your mouth and activate the magic within. Just chew it, and it'll activate. You'll have advantage on your charisma checks.
Oh. Okay, cool.
And I am out of, and I'm -1 on level 2.
I'm like, all my spells gone.
that's a 75% of my spells right
That's a
there.
lot of your like
No,
jollop
it's-
right there. Like,
It's like 15% of my spells.
So we're going back to the Pearl Divers main building. You can see now that it hasn't changed much. It's only been 45 minutes. However, the secretary at the front desk is now speaking with a very, very average-looking guy. He's a human man in about his late 30s to early 40s. He's leaning up with one elbow on the corner and speaking casually. In his hand that is not leaning up against the table, he has some sort of cocktail drink. A typical whiskey glass that has a couple of ice cubes in it. It is brackish, slightly reddish brown, and he takes sips from it occasionally. He doesn't seem to be inebriated, but he is visibly, drinking alcohol, so somewhere there in his bloodstream. You would recognize this, Ivan, as the CEO of Laszlo's Pearl Divers, Therno Dolan.
give Douglas a nudge.
What was the name again, Dion?
Last name Dolan. First name Therno. The T is
Gotcha.
silent. In any case, he's a human male. And
Male fighter.
human male fighter, level 20, yep.
I sort of knock
Square
on
up,
the.
bitch.
You hear the bell, don't they? And they go in. Hello.
Taking one sip of his alcohol. I got
I
got a peanut in my throat.
Choke.
I'm dying.
Taken out by the beer nuts. Made by the beer nuts.
We knew it was going to happen eventually.
These.
This is the worst way to die, because someone's gonna write that on my tombstone.
Steve Jobs got him.
Wasn't even allergic to peanuts. Still got him anyway.
Got him.
Fuck you, Tiffany.
Maybe Douglas is
Um,
just training. He's like, I'm not gonna get taken out by a peanut, so I'll just eat them all the time and get.
They will know fear. I am the devourer
He ever does
of
switch.
nuts.
He ever does switch bodies again. That body's got to be allergic to nuts. That's the.
Oh no.
That's the mandate.
Don't, that's cruel.
In any case, the door
Is he
chime.
lactose intolerant already? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
The door chime betrays your stealth if you were trying to do so at all. And you can see, before addressing you, the CEO kind of takes a sip from his drink and kind of clears his throat. Welcome back, Ivan.
Hello. Hey. I have a delivery for you. I'm sure you got my
For me?
correspondence. Yeah.
Love deliveries. What is it?
I produce. I have to look at my bag. One moment, please.
Are
just
we-
take out the.
Are we in his office or are we
No,
at
you're
the
in the front.
secretary?
You're in the front.
Yeah.
area.
Is there a
I
better
kind of
place to
I elbow Ivan.
try to get this
maybe-
out the bag?
Like go private somewhere.
Yeah, sure. Is there a place where we can discuss this in your office, maybe? Just to.
Yeah, we can go to my office. I don't mind.
Awesome.
I've just sat in there for the last 3 hours, so I didn't want to stay in there too long. But I guess
stretch
we
the
have
legs and all. Yeah, gotcha.
All right. And you folks want a drink?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
give him a
take one.
thumbs up.
Have my own.
You got it. He goes over to his office, which is adjacent to the front desk over here. It has a nice Pearl Diver insignia on the door and a golden plaque that reads as CEO and then Therno. He pushes the door open and he kind of holds it open for you guys to enter. It's a little bit cramped in here. The office can comfortably fit probably like 4 people.
Krios will stand outside.
Okay, Creo's on the outside. He sits down behind his desk and pulls out a very nice crystalline bottle. It's filled with what presumably is either whiskey or some other brown alcohol. Begins pouring out several glasses and puts a small, what looks like a whiskey cube, I believe they're called.
Yeah, I've missed
Whiskey
this.
rocks.
Whiskey rocks.
I have missed this, I tell you.
I got chasers for these if anyone want. Or are you just gonna take it straight?
Pickles.
I'll have
Yeah.
chaser, yeah.
I'll have it straight. Appreciate
Alright.
it.
He seems to have a little bit of bartender finesse as he kind of like flips the bottles around in his palm. The amount that he pours out is almost like practiced in terms of how much it measures out, as if he knows how much to turn it over so that it pours X amount of liquid each time, and they're more or less uniform throughout. Puts the glasses on the edge of the desk and kind of just waves like at your ease.
I give him a
Drink.
thumbs up and I take my drink.
Alright, Ivan, first of all, welcome back from your trip. I heard very good things about the old blubbery situation down there. You bring me souvenirs.
Yeah, I got one. I produced a blade of blubbery for you. I had these made in Soho.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful.
Put this in the office for a little bit of a trophy, if you like.
I'll get a mantelpiece made for that. Good souvenir. It's well crafted too.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it didn't come like this off the animal.
No, I had it done in Soho. So.
Alright, well, how much did that cost you? We can put it on the company bill.
Fucking don't worry about it.
If
Too
you
long
say so.
ago for me. It's all good.
In any case, deliveries, please.
Yeah. So on our way down, I found a wagon and procured some relevant goods for you, so to speak. And
Is
I
that some of our
produced
stuff
the-
that's been pilfered?
No, it was pilfered from an orc group, yeah, but a whole different thing. So this
Oh,
is
good.
your marriage certificate and pearl that was hidden away in the compartment on
What
the
the
wagon.
hell?
So
That's out of the way.
it is out of the way. Keen Eye found it, luckily. So there's this.
Where did you find this?
On the way southward, down towards Old Blubbery.
And
Found this
this
on
was
in a
just
wagon, upturned wagon. Yeah.
an upturned wagon on the way down south.
Yes.
Alright. So,
And yeah, obviously the pearl associated with that, obviously expensive.
yeah, that
Close.
was... Alright. I don't suppose the other end of this marriage certificate, you know about their, whereabouts?
Yeah, actually.
Did you not get my letters? I did send a letter up in advance, just with the whole situation.
I dropped the disguise.
Ta-da! There you go. There's another
Oh.
gift.
Hi.
Well then. Well, my, betrothed? I suppose?
Wait, do you actually not know any of the situation that, like any of it?
I am not gonna lie. I was drinking heavily when I got those letters. I kind of skimmed it, and I think I may have accidentally tossed it in to the fireplace, mistaking it for a receipt from the general goods store.
It's kind of like a receipt.
Oh, good. Maybe we'll
That
take
may
a
make things easier, honestly.
Maybe, yeah.
All right. So do you want the long or short version?
Well, let's see. You've been missing for quite some time. You were supposed to be here a long time ago.
All right, you're using you a whole lot.
Your name is
Dauntless.
Walla. No, that's not what's on the certificate. He unfurls the paper and looks at it. Princess Hualong.
Okay, so
Hualong, yes.
All right, when you're born, you know how you have a brain in your body already.
I'll just take a big
There
gulp
we
of
go.
a drink. Like,
Here we go.
I take half a
Everyone just downs
Everyone
their
takes
drink.
a shot.
Oh, fucking Christ.
So, from what I understand, I'm not astute at anatomy of organic
You're
creatures.
not a doctor, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's the normal. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay. Yeah.
so the brain that was in this body got removed, and I am not Hulong. I was put in this body, a different brain.
That's what he's trying to say, that it's a guy brain inside of a female dragonborn.
Yeah, not by choice. So
If you didn't want to be in this marriage, I'm not sure why you didn't subject.
no, I'm literally not.
Was there a way to prove
There-
this?
I can actually prove it here. If you look at my head, there's a lot of scarring. Brain gone.
Ivan, have you guys been drinking before you got here?
Laszlo,
No,
didn't you gather all of the
Laszlo,
materials
usually
from the
you convince
doctors
people,
I
at
don't
all that
respond.
stuff?
I don't respond to you.
I have a follow-up question. Actually, more for Mr. Dolan. We've been hearing a lot of different things about this marriage. We know we know who the princess is a princess of. What is exactly on both ends of this? What exactly is? Trying to think how to word this.
What's the situation?
situation?
With
What's
that
the
is what
situation other than like? Is it like? What is the situation like? We kind of understand like where the certain dragonborn are kind of pushing for it, but what is like the view on it on your end? Like, what is how is this how has this been presented to you? What is the
Yeah, what were the terms?
what were the terms
All that.
basically that as
Well,
far that you are
terms.
willing to share?
One of you is an employee of mine. The rest of you are... I don't know who the fuck any of you are. So you're
These were the folks that
quite
helped.
interesting just
the
to
blubbery
come into my office and
situation.
start asking about business orientation.
Like I said with what you're willing to share. We're just trying to help sort this out.
Let me give you a brief amount of information that I can spend willingly. Now, this is a situation. Business-oriented is priority number 1. And any actual things regarding romance or typical things you would find in a normal marriage are second banana. This was a business arrangement so that Laszlo's Pearl Divers would be the de facto pearl sourcer to all of essentially that whole country over there.
Oh shit.
We would basically have a monopoly. Legalized monopoly. To all of Sanctus. We would be the sole provider of pearls and other seafaring precious goods to basically all of Sanctus. And if you are in Sanctus and you are not using pearls from Laszlo's Pearl Divers, they'll probably kill you. Under the table. Or above ground. I don't know how it works over there.
Okay.
And the trade agreement was essentially, yes, we provide the people of the Morgermoth clan with all of pearls that are deemed of quality for them. And to secure this arrangement, it was signed in text and through marriage.
Okay. I don't want to speak for anyone here, so do you
The
guys?
princess is essentially a trade token.
Yes.
But her welfare and livelihood is essentially a living contract.
Oh, that's kind of what we figured, honestly.
As long as she is within good health and not distressed in any way, and providing that she is not miserable as living over here, the contract will hold for either of our lifetimes and can be renewed through another trade princess.
I mean, technically her brain is dead and gone and God knows only where, but...
Let's say I believe you.
Mhm.
Are you alive and healthy?
Yeah.
Are you under any distress? That would
No.
be unbecoming of a princess?
Define unbecoming of a princess.
Servants waiting on your every move, people to wipe your feet for you, wake you up in the morning and do your hair for you, clip
His
your
hair?
nails. Oh, I'm just listing off things.
I don't need any of those
Pampering.
things.
Pampering.
It would effectively just put random strangers in danger for literally no reason.
Alright, well, in any case, you're healthy enough looking. However, the Morgenmoths do expect a report every so-and-so time. And you've been gone for so long, I've had to stall for an ungodly amount of time. And seeing as you're alive and healthy, I suppose, I can give that report without lying through my teeth, I suppose. That being said, again, let's say I believe you, and say that you have another brain inside you. I still expect you to live, or else this deal falls through.
Alright.
I mean, I have no plan on
let's
dying.
assume
No one ever
the
does.
opposite.
But the thing is, if you're going around with Ivan over here, and if I presume correctly, you were involved in the old blubbery fight?
Yeah.
Are you injured?
That was that prior?
That was prior
How long?
to yeah.
Was it?
No, that was after.
No, it was after. It was
yeah.
Because the princess stuff happened after the princess stuff happened after we met the doctor, and then the old blubbery was after the doctor.
Well, your safety is my paramount. And if I can keep an eye on you to make sure you're not fucking dead, that would be my best case scenario. I don't have to like you, or have traditional marriage instances of love, etc., etc. I don't even fucking know you.
That makes two of us. I put an arm on Ivan's shoulder. Well, you know what? He helped keep me alive, and we killed the bear, and that's why you have the sword you have there.
Hold on.
And yeah.
So, I've had quarters set up for you in my estate for quite some time. You can either find your bedding there.
Okay. I have.
Hey, we don't have to pay for a room tonight, so if you don't mind.
What was I gonna ask? Let's.
For context on this, friend Varus here is a concerned. Sorry,
I don't want to
very
speak
much.
because this is kind of not my character. This is not Varus's. It's not his.
Well, you know, he's
it's
just a
only. It's
concerned
only
friend
indirect.
in
It's
this.
only indirectly associated.
Wait, if I'm reading the room right, I can like come and go, right? You don't really care.
That's what
as
I'm
long as
trying to
alive.
ask. Is the princess? Let's assume the opposite of what you said. You don't believe a word what the princess is saying about the story, about the scars on her head. It's all true. We can all kind of attest to it. But in case, let's assume that that story is just a no-go. The princess is less concerned with fulfilling the marriage contract as opposed to her own. Exactly, like she just said, to come and go as she please. What is like? Let's just now that she's here, we can like officially kind of tie a bow on this. What is like the requirements after the fact that we can like? Because I think, like she said, that is her concern, and we don't want to we want to have. We're trying to figure this out.
What's this her business? We're being honest. I mean,
Quiet. I mean,
So, well,
Not to a princess like that, jeez. Come on now.
I was expecting to be hosting and being betrothed to a very wealthy princess from a well-off family. I had the necessary funds and goods provided for me in order to keep her happy in a very lavish lifestyle. I was expecting to also, do things in such a way that keeps the peace between our company and that particular clan.
well, look, I'll work with you as to whatever you need.
But the
done.
problem is I need to make sure that you're alive. If you're just going off willy-nilly and doing things akin to fighting old blubbery, if that is the worst or best case scenario, I'm not sure. I need to ensure your safety and make sure that you're alive. Otherwise, this deal falls through, and I might have my head on a pike.
I could always, that could be my alternative role within the company, just to keep an eye on, and I've been doing it this far, and it seems to be all right. Same can be said to my friends here.
Seems like an unnecessary risk to have the princess just go out and doing willy-nilly when she could be here, and I can hire as many bodyguards as I want. As much as I appreciate you taking care of her, to and from here, there's always the chance that something bad happens. Could fall down the stairs, get attacked by bandits on the road. Even worse, the worst times of the year. I heard some bad news from over in Solholm that they had some sort of siege.
Yeah. I was there for that one. That was not.
Yeah, we
good.
all dealt with that.
You were there
That
for
was
that
it.
too, so you are actively putting the princess in danger by taking
Oh,
her
no, it
around these
wasn't.
places.
No, we dealt with it.
No, we arrived and it was happening.
Well, that seems like an unnecessary amount of danger when she could just be hanging around here. Making sure that this business doesn't fall through. So again, your safety is my paramount. Whether or not I like you or not, we'll figure out that in the future. But seeing as I've never met you until literally this day, and I've only seen sketches of you, and I've seen your name on pieces of paper, we can develop that relationship in the future. But for right now, again, I'm trying to make sure that my business doesn't fall through. Morgemont family is very, very wealthy, and having their monopoly over in the Sanctus has bolstered our figures by approximately threefold.
I have a question. What is this is not so much about you, but like kind of your knowledge of the Mordremots. What is their relationship? I know I've only heard secondhand accounts of them. Do you know anything about their relationships to like the major religions over there, like the Sandstriders in particular?
The only religion they care about is money
Gotcha. Okay.
and dragons.
All right. So
And
there
hold hand
goes
in hand.
there goes our champion angle.
Is that then?
I was the princess. It happens to also, again, I don't think it matters to them as based on how you just answered my question, but the princess is also the champion of Osiris.
Well, no, I am. Yeah, I'm just in this body right now.
Well, right now the princess is the champion of Osiris either way.
Or the princess.
What does that mean?
Anytime she goes down, she has like a self-destruct button that will cause anyone around her to.
That is the worst thing you probably could have said.
That's not the angle I was
I
going
think
for.
I even said to not say that. Honestly.
That's our bad, gentlemen.
Yeah.
So you're saying is that if she gets hurt, she explodes.
Not so much well, that's why I'm making the
If she
distinction.
dies, she
No.
explodes.
Okay. That's why I'm trying to make the distinction between brain, body. The body itself doesn't explode. It's my brain.
But then the brain gets removed from the body dies. So we're assuming you're one. I'm sorry, Douglas, but we have to assume that you're one and the same. The princess and you are one and the same, unless
Unless we swap brains again.
that causes infinitely more problems, because then the princess would definitely be dead.
Well, we find someone who's willing to
Yeah, let's
become a princess.
Douglas, just. I'm about to walk out of this room. I really am.
What are
Let
you guys
sort
talking
it.
about?
I don't fucking know.
Well, if
I'm
we find-
sorry.
I'm trying to help, and you're like arguing.
I'm not the one who brought up that I explode.
Yep, that was my bad. It was more like of a self-defense type of thing I was going.
What I'm saying
for.
is,
Self-defense.
unfortunately, unless our good friend, unless what's his name?
Ramsey.
Unless Ramsier,
Well,
but-
there was the rat doctor.
I don't think he can.
that's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm getting at unless Ramsier put the real princess's brain in another body, she's gone. You are the princess for all intents and purposes. That's what we're trying to explain to you. Like,
Well, what I was saying is if you find someone who would willingly swap their body in exchange for becoming a princess and living a lap of luxury, we could do that.
how are we doing that? We don't. The doctor who created this procedure is dead.
We find the rat doctor and give that a shot.
You want
doctor?
to put your life in
You're a rat
his
doctor.
hands?
Is he a doctor for rats, or is it a rat who's a doctor?
Kind of the former, but it expands out to people.
I'm just like in the corner, like
What?
just fucking palming right now. Oh, can I get another one of those cocktails? making them.
Serve yourself, Ivan.
I'll go do that.
Double shots for everyone.
Just double
No,
shot.
please, I'm a lightweight.
I don't
can't
drink very
too much.
often, but I fucking feel I need to. I got you from A to B, so there's my part done.
Alright, so let me ask you guys, Princess, what do you intend to be doing then? Now that we're here, I prefer you stayed within Port so that I can keep an eye on you, so I can give a progress report on your well-being, and not lie through my teeth. I've been stalling for the last probably year and a half at this point.
I mean, if you've been lying for that long, you can continue lying.
It's not as easy as you think it is.
Okay, let's work in what we can change. What do you have to give them to give the impression that my body is here, happy, healthy, and you're all good to go?
Medical
Fantastic.
reports. Expect medical reports.
Is it like your doctor or?
A well-known, officiated doctor.
A doctor of your choosing or of their choosing?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Well, we were assuming that this would be a normal circumstance, so they said that it could be anyone of my choosing. And it was a good business decision at the time, and we were on good terms in that regard, so they trusted me to officiate a well-documented medical professional to act as the person who would give your medical exams. There's also the matter of handwritten report from the princess herself, just denoting her current state of happiness and what business is doing on the... Well, it would be therefore inside our local.
All right,
these-
that may actually be impossible because I don't know if I write in her hand.
How often do these reports have to be made?
They're expected to be every 6 months, and I've been stalling for about
Well-
a year and a half, so that's 3 instances. I've had to actually sink one of my own ships to just delay it.
Like, literally?
Do you have any?
Committed.
Okay. Do you have
What do you have to
anything?
do?
Let's
Jeez.
approach
Well,
this.
Good
one at a
news is
time.
we can do it. We can get at least one out of the way.
Losing a
within-
transport vessel is small fish compared to what the Mordremots would do if they found out the princess is not in good health.
Well,
I
we can definitely
can't
do.
imagine.
We can definitely get one out of the way now, and then so that'll be. So that's a no-brainer. Regardless of how this resolves, I think we can. I think Dauntless can submit to at least one of those. Correct.
I mean, I could perform my own medical thing if that helps. I'm somewhat of a doctor.
On the t-shirt, fellas.
Going on. Every 6 months.
All right, barring me doing my own medical reports, would it not be infinitely cheaper to just pay someone to do medical reports fake?
Fake, you're in good health.
Well,
It's
like that.
perfectly fine.
Giving the
Here's a
illusion that-
follow-up
yeah.
question. How hands-on are the Mordremots? Like, how often do they just does their own business come in and out of this port? And B, how often would they send someone to specifically like do a spot check on the princess? Just
They come by
On there.
about every 4 months. Includes picking up anything that is manufactured by us. We ship out raw pearls to them as need be, but manufactured goods we send out to them and they send it back for retail over here. Specifics on that I will withhold judgment because you are not one of my employees.
Do they have anyone here now we could just help alleviate that?
We had, let's see, it is April. Last time they were here was in February. Another-
Okay, so that's not...
A little less than 2 months.
Hmm.
Normally I would have been sending the medical reports alongside the handwritten letter by the princess, alongside any shipment of pearls that were outgoing bound towards Sanctus. It would have been secured in some sort of case to make sure they're not watered down by the elements.
Okay, all right. So for the time being, I think Varys, you bring up a good point. Let's get the medical thing done. Can you? I'm looking at the guy. I don't remember his name already. Can you get something that I wrote, and we could try comparing handwriting.
I don't have any copies of her handwriting. Because the princess has never shown up. This is literally the first time I'm seeing her. And the marriage certificate was not written by her. Although her signature is on there, it's literally only her name. So it only has a couple of characters.
Alright, I'm gonna...
Dauntless, why don't you just try to write?
Alright,
I don't think we've ever noticed.
Illiterate?
I'm literate.
What language is? Oh, I
I'm a
guess.
little bit literate.
So I can read and write Common, Orc, and Celestial.
The princess cannot speak Draconic. That is a.
That is another thing as well. Yes.
Yeah.
Because of the whole brain swap.
So that's a problem already.
Wait, do these things have to be in Draconic?
Her signature is written in Draconic text.
I look at the marriage signature.
It's written by... the main part of it is written in Draconic, and the only common tongue is Therno's signature. I had this translated. So I knew what I was signing for.
Alright, sword to my neck. I honestly couldn't replicate that at all.
Well, that's
I speak
certainly-
the
Start
language.
learning.
If I can like maybe inch you through it, but like I don't
It
know.
would
But
have to be a whole.
Yeah, but
It'll
I mean,
take a while
letter.
to write the letter.
it would also
Yeah.
come out as like, I am good.
If he speaks a language, you just guide you through it. Take longer.
are the characters in Draconic like? Are they just completely different, or is it like
They're-
a?
If common tongue is the English alphabet, Draconic might as well be
Russian.
I
No,
was
like
either Russian or
Sanskrit.
Chinese?
Sanskrit. Oh, nah. Technically speaking, it's supposed to be comparable to Latin.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, Latin-
It's like so is Cyrillic. Then they're like Russian.
But Latin
It's
isn't
in-
Latin.
It's in Romantic language, I believe.
Yeah.
But
It's
it's
Cyrillic, yeah.
it's also a fantasy realm, so it's
Huh.
technically not exactly a 1-to-1 ratio. It is technically different characters, though.
Okay. Okay, I can read, speak, and write it. I can help you with that stuff, but I don't know how much I can't. I don't know. I can only do so much doing this, basically. I don't know how much I can inch you through that.
You could
so
angle
that's
it, be like,
already
"Hey,
a
this is a
problem.
request of the princess. I do the signature, but I have someone else write it for me." Could be something like that, maybe. Princess-like.
So that
Yes,
sounds
but
really...
your boss said a handwritten note by the princess.
I'm sorry, not Laszlo. Ivan. That sounds...
Why do you keep saying Laszlo?
He has a bad memory.
I look at Ivan. Is it okay to tell him? Is he... I don't know how any of your secret nonsense works.
Got to stare at you. I don't know what you mean.
Just here. Forget writing, even comprehending. Get him a piece of paper. Did you try? I stepped away. Did you guys try to have him just copy the signature without?
No. I'll give it
Just
a
try.
shot.
Just try. Give it a shot. Just try to mimic the characters and copy the name.
Is this going to be a sleight of hand, or is this going to be...
You have
set?
proficiency in a forgery kit?
No.
Alright, go ahead and make a dexterity check with disadvantage.
See. 4.
Kindergartner trying to write their name. As eloquent as the calligraphy that would be becoming of a princess. I was expecting her to be, I had expectations.
A
Nice.
normal princess?
Yeah, she was classically trained in literature, calligraphy, and all sorts of things that would be of high class society. And
Refresh my memory, Dauntless. You burnt down that cabin.
Yes, we burned down the cabin, and we have the goo jar to prove it.
Yes, because that proves everything.
And even before we checked, there was no... Ramsir didn't leave any kind of record of.
Oh, I get what you're getting. Oh, damn it.
I know we would like. Hmm.
I don't even know where we would start looking for that, honestly.
I mean,
Well,
it would be
they
it
were
would be
trained. They were
weeks.
trained in Sanctus, so we.
No, Laszlo. What he's saying is we should find number 35. I think that's what you're getting at.
Please stop calling me that. It's not my name.
Damn it! Look what you do. This is what you get for playing hide. Anyway, he's saying we should find number 35.
Find out where the princess's real brain went, whether or not it was just discarded or transplanted. Unfortunately, we don't have any leads. Shit.
That rat doctor did say he was coming here.
Which rat doctor are we talking about?
The one who literally put your fingers back on.
He wasn't a rat.
Well, he said he'd learned from messing with rats.
Oh, well, the surgeon.
Oh, but if he tried to move my brain, I may explode and kill him.
Yes. No, in fact, you almost certainly would do that.
I look at the Pearl Diver guy. I don't suppose you know anyone who can teach me how to astral project?
We're not looking. I don't care about.
What kind of
I'm
business
not.
do you think I run here?
I'm not discussing. I'm not even entertaining the idea of transplanting brains. We don't have the know-how. We know how that ends. I'm literally just saying if we could find. My suggestion literally was if we could just track down the real princess, we might be able to, at very least, like, have another voice and at least some other assurance. Even if the pieces are mismatched,
There
we'd have
were
both
those
pieces.
two dogs that we had.
Well, they were 12 and 13, I want to say.
Yeah, but they
Yeah.
were in close proximity a lot of the time to that person. So.
But they were
gonna know anything.
already.
They were an earlier number.
Yeah, but
Well,
they
what-
were in.
oh,
they
no,
were-
wait, what I've been saying
they
is they may have seen something. We didn't think to even ask them.
We don't know enough about.
Do we?
They were, but here's the thing about the Wrigglers. They were bond mates. So saying that the princess was one of the Wrigglers means. She
Oh, no,
had-
he's not saying that, but they...
They might
If
have
you
regulars
burn the
were
house
present.
down,
So
then,
the doctor physically went to the orc camps and bought experiment subjects. So they may have been present when he bought...
because they would pull the wagon.
Yeah. So they may have seen, like... And from what I vaguely remember is he kind of just sends you... When he swapped your brain, he just kind of slapped you on the back and kicked you out the front door. Like, personally, I just remember waking up and coming to in the forest.
Actually, no. This is all just kind of a moot point. The princess, assuming he didn't.
I think if
Would the
there's
princess even
conversations that
remember?
we should have as a group and not with your husband, maybe we should
Well,
leave that.
no.
to
I think
another time.
I think he has a say, considering.
Oh, absolutely, but yeah, I don't know what angles of the conversation do we want to take it in. It seems to be going all over the place.
Well, I think if we could find where the brain went.
But the brain might not have any memory of who she
Well,
was.
right
Right,
away,
because
but if
remember
we-
when you had no memory of your first?
Yes, but if we look at Jason, Jason's already taken back up with, all his hunter-gatherer stalking, tracking stuff.
So you think we have to find some socialite?
Could be. I mean, apparently I've always been an ardent of Osiris, so something's
Yeah, the
We have
tracked.
to find a dragon worshiper?
An orc that has an affinity for.
Well, here's the thing:
dragons.
we don't know enough about the princess to like.
Well, I'm sure
No,
Frodo
what she
may
would-
have a good. He seems to have a good.
I look
knowledge
at him.
before
Yeah, can you tell us more about
The actual
the princess?
I met her literally just today.
Yeah,
And
but like on
apparently it's not
paper,
actually-
you said they were literary. They were into the fine stuff. Give us a sort of a background for him.
That's literally what I've just told you.
Just that.
So that's all you know.
So the Morjamots.
I was expecting that she would come here. She was literate and very fine tastes. She would live here, and I would be expected to keep her in happy trails. And as long as both she and I are betrothed, the business is going to be in cahoots with the Mortimer family. There's a bunch of legal stuff in between it, none of it really actually told me what her favorite color is, if that's what you're asking.
Alright, so books.
Okay. Well, I have no idea.
What exactly are you trying to do here?
We are trying to keep Daedalus adventuring. That's our main goal. We have.
Well, ideally, it's a little more than that. It's we solve both your and my issues with this. If we can just find you where the princess's brain went, she more than likely would be able to actually do a lot of things, like right, and it would actually be the princess for all intents and purposes.
We could give her. No.
Well, there was nothing in the contract regarding having the princess not be a dragonborn. And, medical reports will probably show that it's not a dragonborn if I send that over.
We have the body. The body is here for the physical aspect, but like apparently the issue that we're having is even if we we say we write this off and say, hey, we'll do a medical report now, then that's it for 6 months. We'll figure it out. We'll kick the can down the road to 6 months later. I feel like there's another component that we're gonna have trouble with because just the sheer fact that the brain that.
Well, there's kind of a lot. Like
Just
if you do the
bear with me for
report-
this metaphor that the salt in the salt shaker isn't the original salt that was in the salt shaker.
Well, it's more like there's pepper in the salt shaker at this
Yes.
point.
Yeah.
But like more so, if you do the medical report, I'll come across as at best probably schizophrenic.
No, the medical report is
Physically healthy.
you are physically healthy, Daedalus. Just stop trying to cause more problems.
So the problem with the handwritten letter.
Yes,
that's
that's-
an enormous problem.
There's also the problem of, let's say I do hypothetically let you off the leash, and you go out, and sometime between now and the next 6 months you eat shit and die. And then my business goes under because you had these flights of fancy to go off an adventure. So again, let's say I do believe you. Unfortunately, this is something that's been thrust upon your shoulders without your consent. However, consider
Well, no, I
who's
mean, I
the
understand
bigger
this is
fish
kind of-
in this scenario.
This is kind of a problem all around.
I'm not sure what this brain thing is you're talking about, but you're assuming that the princess's brain, even in good hands, or still working properly. What did this person do to you, and did they just dump the old brain out?
That is an excellent question. I do not have the answer to.
Well, what we do know, it's more that the doctor would take the brain out, let's say the princess's brain at this point, put it into another body, and then took our friend Daedalus, which he was originally an orc, put that
Well,
brain
originally
into
human,
well,
possibly.
that's shut up. And then put that brain, Daedalus's brain, into the princess's body. So the princess body is in an orc's body somewhere in the south.
Well, no, because the orc thing, my orc swap happened well earlier than that. The
Orc Daedalus was number 5.
yeah, I was way earlier.
You are what, number 36?
Yeah, it would have been. Get the footprint to prove it.
The brain was already scooped out. So assuming he didn't just throw the brain.
I don't think brains aren't that easy to come by.
I don't think he would just throw it out.
Yeah, he probably put it in another body. So now,
But that's the problem. We also don't know how early it was because it's like 35, and we haven't seen another.
and
We
the
also-
actual body could be dead. So the other thing. Like you said, they kicked him out, and it was the dead of winter.
This guy. Here's the problem. This guy was just as much into philosophy as he was like the actual science. So I can't imagine if he knew who the princess was, he would pass up the opportunity to take her brain and put it in someone else.
I honestly don't even think he knew. He just
Well, you see,
enjoyed
he was
swapping.
over in Sanctus for a time, so it's pretty hard
He's
to not know
pretty
the
smart.
Mortemoths.
He was a pretty smart guy.
That's actually, Laszlo. Ivan. That's a good point. He probably would have known. And also assuming he can, read my spine. He knew. You've tried. Well, you were going to go into Tabaxi. I pointed at Varys.
I mean, that's kind of immaterial now.
No, I know. I'm just thinking.
We have no evidence. We're just shooting in the wind. That's the problem.
All right. Real quick, I look over at the betrothed guy whose name again I'm having a tough time remembering. We're not holding you up, right? We're not exactly going anywhere fast right this second. So if we are, I know this probably.
We're not leaving in the next couple days, too.
Yeah.
I know that like that might sound like a weird, like
Yeah,
even if we probably would have stuck around a couple days, even if things had gone as we ideally wanted them to.
My point is, we're not like holding you up right this second, are we? Because we need to. Ideally, I would like to come up with an answer that satisfies both of our ends of this.
Oh, be assured, I didn't plan on letting you leave.
Yeah, I figured. So, if we're holding you up, don't let us.
You're free to roam around the city. We will have eyes on you, though, the whole time.
I figured. All right, you guys want to walk and talk?
Kind of in a meeting right now, so.
Well, he said we're not holding him up, and he's going to keep an eye on us anyway. So.
I have to go to the bathroom and I gotta walk the dog. So if you guys want to keep going, I will. I'll be back in like 15 minutes. So.
Ending Olive has been missing.
Come up with any harebrained schemes that you like. Come back if you have anything productive. Or if you suddenly learn how to speak Draconic.
Yeah.
We'll be calling you back to do a medical report. We can at least have that under the only thing that we do have so far. And
Well, if you want to take care of that now, if that would make things easier for you.
the doctor's not in today.
I can do it myself. I'm somewhat medically trained.
That puts me at ease as much as my secretary doing the medical examination.
Is she medically trained?
No, she's not.
Oh.
Again, I don't know if I even believe this rabble that you're putting on. For all I know, is this just a clever bit that the princess is in on, and she has a sense of humor that rivals the most proficient comedian?
Really sick sense of humor.
It would be, considering it's a both life or death for both the business and my head. I'm not laughing.
Believe you me, I'm not exactly finding this very funny either.
Well then,
We
if you are
played
not
the
finding this
cards for
funny,
hell.
then feel free to drop the act, princess, if you are on some sort of gag.
Nope. Serious as a heart attack.
Let me go about your business for today. We'll see each other eventually.
I give him a thumbs up.
You're issued out of the office, and it's closed behind you. The secretary kind of looks at you guys. Everything go well?
Better than expected, but not very good.
I thought that was
That was fine.
Honestly, I was half expecting to just be like Shanghai
Okay,
and then thrown
let's-
in a room.
Let's go.
Good day. You exit the building and you're now into the streets of Oport. There's only about, probably put us at about like 2:45 p.m.
Wait a minute.
Waiting.
I look at Kalos. And I look at Krios. And I look back at Kalos.
I could
How'd you-
fix one
how'd
of
you
your
do this?
problems.
Wait, how
but
did you
I
do
can't
the
fix
soul
all
thing?
of them.
How'd you do the soul thing?
No, motherfucker. No, it's not the same. It's not the same. No, I can fix one of your problems by creating a magical stone that you can speak to him any time of the day.
No,
You
that
can
makes
report
things
it.
worse.
Shut the fuck up. But I can't put your soul into it. No, I'm not gonna. I mean, I could. I just walk away.
No, wait, please stop.
Please stop.
Leave me alone. Listen, I dropped the ball so hard that like I gotta get away. I gotta get away. All right.
No, but
let's
if you
regroup
can
later.
swap souls, I'll take it.
No, I dropped the ball on a lot of things in that conversation. So give me a minute. I gotta go away.
No, look at it from this perspective. I'm already look.
Dottie, leave me alone for a little bit, please. And I walk away.
But if I could throw my soul into another body, that's problem solved.
What about the princess?
Keep walking away.
Just look, there's got to be someone desperate enough to give up their life because they would rather live as a princess. We could find someone that's homeless.
Maybe not, chat about this outside.
You are screaming in the middle of the street, by the way.
Yeah, I would
I'm
imagine.
100%
I'm-
aware of that.
I am gone. I don't know where I went. I'm just at the beach somewhere, a pier, throwing fucking stones or what the fuck ever. For a while.
Okay, we need to walk and talk and think of something. So he's saying that soul throwing isn't. Well, he didn't say it wasn't possible, but he said it's not the same. What if we find someone who's just better at soul throwing?
Like the guy you killed?
He was more brain swapping. I don't think the brain swapping thing is longer possible now that we know, boom. Because I mean, anyone who's willing to try it is either suicidal or, and honestly, it may just liquefy the other body as well. Like you'd have to somehow keep the brain from you'd have to keep my brain from losing blood flow, and also remove it from my head. Unless you swap the entire head, and actually that would still, you'd have to swap my entire circulatory system, and that's just not feasible for a variety of reasons. Maybe I could just try and contact the big man Osiris?
You mean that the people that we're against?
Alright, let's walk and talk around town. Maybe some
I
inspiration.
don't want to talk about this in town.
Well, we don't have to. We don't have to talk necessarily about this, but let's walk and talk being a generalized term. We go for a walk. Laszlo, you haven't been here. Ivan, you haven't been here in a while, so why don't you?
Fucking just don't say my name. God, please. Oh, I one fucking thing. You said like 9 times. Oh my. Yeah, let's just walk and talk. I'm really trying to bite my tongue here, but just.
All right. Tell you what. Why don't you show me around, and we'll try and take our minds off of this everything being an unpleasant situation that it currently is. You've got to have a favorite food place.
Oh man.
Right. baffled.
I should have.
I'm baffled.
We should have done a drinking game, guys. Every shot, take a shot every time.
Every time
every
my
time
life is a
someone
risk,
said,
like,
you know,
Asshole.
Oh, fucking Jesus.
ah.
Alright.
Sure. I mean, you ask away, and I will take you to places.
Let's just wander around.
Sure. Let's go wander around the ships and the port.
Go ahead and transition into our recess. We're about to hit the 3-hour mark. Give you guys a moment to breathe and contemplate life decisions. We'll be right back in a few minutes.
Okay. Wait, do I have to mute the Oh, wait, did he mute the thingy?
Here's the timeout thing, yeah.
Alright, I will be back.
doing with it that you can't do with your smartphone or any of the other handheld
Or your
devices.
Steam Deck.
Yeah.
Well, the big thing I would do is like get a SD card for it, and then any game I don't already own on there, just like
Have the entire Vita library.
pretty much like just back it up or something.
Okay. Let's jump back into the game. You guys are flabbergasted, to say the least. Time is about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We're on the 25th of April. You just got the bad news that your betrothed doesn't want you to leave because it's best.
He
for
cares
business.
about your safety. Sort of. Indirectly.
Yeah. Great. Ha.
Would you guys be back at the tavern?
No, weren't Laszlo?
Oh, we left the
Ivan
office.
was going to show us around town.
Yeah, we might as well walk and talk, see if anything jogs loose. I figure we got at least a couple days that we could spend here and try to parse this out.
Like, you're sure you can't just throw my soul into a new body?
Yes.
Well, now that they know that we're in possession, they know thought us if we do that, then they could just pin the murder of the princess on us at that point.
If
princess
you
was
would have
alive-
thought about that plan earlier. Wait, I'm not even with you guys.
Oh yeah, you left.
I left because
you
I was
asked-
distraught. I was distraught, so I left away for a sec.
Well, you asking, I thought you meant like you caught back up with us.
The problem is, the princess. We walked into Old Port. The princess was alive and healthy, and if anything like that happens, now the princess's death is on us, Dauntless. So we need a actual solution, not a.
And Ivan doesn't need to be on the run for the murder.
No, that's true. I wouldn't want to accidentally. I mean, it would
Lose
just
his
bite
job.
us in the ass.
And you'll probably get Laszlo killed. Not Laszlo. Actual Laszlo.
Like, as far as I'm concerned, he's got no one to blame for himself, but himself for that. You can't give us a name, have us call you that name for 6 months, and then just say, surprise, new name.
Whatever his name to begin.
Yeah, but I know him as that. It's like if you decided that you're the Bee King, and then I have to address you as Bee King.
We should start
I like
calling
the
Zen
sound of
B
that.
King.
Wasn't it be queen?
No.
Queen Tech.
No, I would be the Bee Queen. He's the Bee King.
You aren't the queen of anything right now. I'm just saying.
Well, ideally, I'd
Hey,
like
look
to be
on the
that,
bright
but
side.
There's a bright side.
You could become ruler of the Mordremos one.
I guess, but like we have, there may not be a one day if you know.
I mean, you were so worried about being a Yanmin plant that you were risked blowing us all up. Maybe it.
I didn't know that would happen.
But I don't know. Maybe we should just lock you away. Who knows?
No, I don't want that.
Well, if you think that, how many times has he saved us?
But you did say my name like
Yeah,
10
think of the
times,
good
so that
times.
doesn't sound like a horrible idea. But,
Again, you have no one to blame but yourself for that. But he's
what do you
eating.
mean? I was framed for fucking murder. I had to fucking come up with something.
I guess, but you
I've been
can't
on the
just
run for
expect,
fucking
like, over
30
the course
years.
of- You should have said this like weeks ago, or a week ago, more precisely. We could have spent the last week getting used to, you know. And now all of a sudden it's like, oh guys, we're one day out. Just call me a brand new thing.
Well, everyone else seems to do it okay.
I come back with a cup full of something that you guys have no idea of what the fuck it's full of, and I'm just fucking chugging.
What's the odor we're getting off of that cup? Is it a strong odor?
Oh, it smells fruity, but it's pretty strong. Might have to make a Constitution saving throw if the DM calls for it. But
drinking?
I'm drinking the Dominus that Dominus wine.
Gave that to me. Gave that to me. I got it. You did it.
We're all
you-
taking-
Oh, I have 2 of those bottles.
You guys are just
Okay.
taking depression swigs.
I don't know why. I fucking needed it.
Come back. All right.
You're not helping.
I needed a minute. I needed a minute.
I don't think we could be talking about helping here. This is
But yes,
it's a bad
let's-
conversation that we just had.
A
Well, I
horrible
mean, I
conversation.
still think
we were just having.
it could have been worse. I will say.
No, he's willing. He's not a complete asshole. I think given his position, actually his reaction was not only reasonable, but I'm also kind of sympathetic towards it, if anything.
Oh no! Don't get me wrong. I understand the difficulty.
Like I said, I think if we had had an actual solution to this coming in, we wouldn't have had. I think he would have worked with us, so we don't have a solution that like.
Well, I didn't know
doesn't-
anything. To be fair, we didn't know anything about the whole writing and medical reports. That's why I'm saying I think that this could have
Ivan,
gone far
didn't-
worse.
Didn't you gather all of that information back in Sohom and send
they
it
wouldn't-
over? Did you keep a copy or did you just?
They wouldn't have told him
Then
any
that
of that.
one
He was just
soul.
told to deliver.
Well, they said that they would only trust reputable doctors, right? The Master Summerwatch.
Well, the doctor is not the issue because Dauntless is here. We could have a medical. We could do at least his medical examination for the next 6 months.
That's not the point that I'm trying to point out that we have. If Ivan still has the copies, we have medical proof that he's not the same or she's not the same.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I
that,
don't- I
no,
don't
that
have
is gonna
that.
no. We can't do that because then that would sink the whole Mordred Moth deal,
Alright.
and then
That's also true. So
But
we're
if-
kind of. It seems that we leaving you here and us going bye is starting to sound very, very attractive.
Which we're not. It's not our. We're not.
I'm fucking with you, by the way.
I was
We're
gonna
not
say
to-
I'm staring like daggers at the new guy telling me it's like, well, let's leave one of let's just leave you behind.
Leave one of the founding members behind.
Yeah, sorry.
Times change, old man.
And
Listen,
you're,
mean-
you're
listen,
1,000,000% sure we
we-
can't just take my soul and put it into a robot.
Dauntless.
Dauntless. Then the
it's-
princess is then a corpse, and then we're like I said at the top of this
Yes,
conversation,
it's-
we have a dead
Oh.
princess on our head on our
You could
hands.
stick like cat bits. I don't know.
No, that's not how that works. Even if it would work, I'm pretty sure the materials that I used for the cat
Mm-hmm.
soul, I would need eventually if I even wanted to attempt this. One, there'd be a danger of you just straight up just dying, and me straight up dying because the big man upstairs doesn't want you to die.
If we only knew what
So-
happened to the princess, I mean, even if she doesn't have her memories, like there'd be. I feel like what we got from Dauntless that there'd be enough residual stuff left over that we could just pop a shirt on her and then just. I mean, she'd be better at pretending to be her than Dauntless would, at the very least.
I think you're underselling the the tact eyes of the Mordred Moths.
Well, I mean, he was able to
Just
bluff
think,
for a year and a half.
anything money can buy, they probably have it.
He bluffed for a year and a half.
I mean,
That's
listen, the
damn
only
impressive.
reason why I'm struggling with my technology is because of money. Now, imagine if I didn't have an issue of money. Where would I be? Just-
Well, where would you be?
I wouldn't be here struggling with this nonsense of, just this whole situation.
I take issue somewhat with you calling it
I
nonsense.
think part of the problem.
I don't mean it
we're
like
having,
that. It's more like a nonsense because, I also threw a bomb in there that I shouldn't have thrown. So it's partially on me as well. So my bad.
Eh,
We threw a bomb that pointed out the bomb that we.
But at the same time, it's a self-defense mechanism. That's what I was going for because you stood up afterwards anyway. So what the fuck is the point? It's
Look, let's not.
self-defense mechanism.
Not dwell on that. That's not
Callous,
important.
But anyway, whatever.
doesn't-
I'm still
yeah.
fucking drinking my Dominus wine. Fuck you.
Hmm.
Pass the bottle over to Ivan. Ivan.
No, I don't want to drink. I'm good.
What do we know about the princess herself,
Absolutely nothing.
other
What
than the
we were
facts?
just told.
Other than the outside facts. Okay.
She likes books.
You've gleaned nothing from meditating, doing your meditation thing, the thing that gave you the flashback to her getting attacked by the orcs. You've gleaned nothing from that about who she was as a person.
I mean, she put up a fight,
Okay.
So she was a fighter. Great.
maybe.
Yeah.
Or maybe she read about it. I don't know.
Well, with fucking
Where can you
I
fight
being
books?
new,
Would you be willing to try
Ravens you can
meditating
find.
again, seeing if anything shook loose? I feel like anything we could learn about the princess herself would either
I'd be
help
willing
us
to do anything short of like.
at the very
Well, no, I
least.
guess I wouldn't be willing.
At the very least, learning more about her would help us figure out how to fake this. Like at the very least, I feel like that's the minimum we could. If it works, we could at least learn a little bit more that'll help us kind of figure out how to like
You know, let's go.
keep
Okay.
the ruse up.
Can I also? I know.
Mhm.
They are, overall bad guys, but currently he's a good guy on your side. Why don't you just ask the big guy, see if he can dwell some bullshittery? I don't fucking know, man. I'm fucking halfway gone anyway.
Before you do that,
Fuck.
Dolan said he never met her. But did he get? Does he have anything of her possession? Like she was? Well, no, she was being shipped. Just
There's
thinking,
nothing here about.
there's nothing here that could like enhance the meditation. Let me shake something loose that.
We have a body. That's like the best thing.
But I'm seeing something that could maybe trigger like, I don't know, anything that like.
I don't
drama.
know. I think that the satyrs and the mushroom place would be the best.
I can't leave town.
Yeah.
Alright.
Gotta
I mean,
find,
It was a twisted axe. That
maybe Rat Doctor has some substances.
Well, the only fear with these substances, if it does something to my circulatory system, boom.
Well, we will take a bunch of steps back and watch from afar then.
I mean, at this point, I would be less worried about you guys, and more like if I do explode, he's going to be like, all right, you're never setting foot outside of town again.
I mean, we're kind of already there.
We already said that there's eyes on you, and I look around. There's probably eyes on us, right? There's always eyes on us anyway.
Hmm.
Anyway, Ivan,
Maybe
what's a good place to get some late lunch around here? Go get some food.
Would I know any spots, Jim?
The tavern that we
What kind of
just
food you
paid
going
for.
Yeah, what you wanting food wise?
Something
Probably
So,
gonna be
you know
seafood.
what?
that's not road food, because that's all we've been
Something
eating.
Samsarin. Maybe, olfactory senses triggered some sort of.
What's the local
Sanctus.
Old Port Delight?
Or I'm sorry, not.
Seafood.
Damn it.
Sanctin. Sanctus? Is it Sanctin or just Sanctus?
Sanctin.
They probably won't have that here, so. Okay, to a food place that does good seafood. That would
Perfect.
be our best bet.
What do they have for shops? Anything special? Just the usual general stores and stuff?
We
Nothing.
got the shipyard, where there's the shipmaster and all that. So you want the ships. There's probably some general stores. It's been a little bit since I've been here.
Did you tell anyone at the office about the death of that poor guy, or did you take care of that
I
after
didn't
after
get
the
the
fact?
opportunity to do that. No.
Oh, yeah, we should.
We
Oh,
can
that
do that
another
when
point.
we see them. We're gonna see
Well,
them.
let Ivan deal with his stuff later.
True, it is
Probably
your
doesn't
job.
want us in there.
Yeah, if there's a nice place on the port, looking out to the water.
I think that's our best. That's honestly, that's my only idea as of right this second is
To get food? Yes, let's go do that.
maybe tomorrow morning, revisit Dolan, see if he has anything that was sent ahead or anything that like I know he said you didn't know anything about the princess herself, but like if there's anything we could, like I said, if we can learn anything about her, at the very least it'll help with the play acting. At the very least, God, I don't know. We need a starting point.
Also, start practicing that penmanship.
You
You
should
know,
start
language I
showing
can't
him the basics
read.
of Dragon.
Took me a while to pick up, but
I'll try meditating over lunch. We'll give it a shot.
Well, look at I just had a thought, Dauntless.
Lay it on me.
If you do speak Big Man, maybe he could at least figure out if I don't know how this whole soul thing works since she's not. Is it possible he would be able to tell if her soul is still on the material plane? Did I cut out?
No, we heard you.
Actually-
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I don't know if he would know that because I don't know if since he's Sandstrider, I don't know what she was.
This is an interesting point. Hold on. I blink on my soul vision. I don't suppose her ghost is just following us around like at 50 feet back, is she?
No, you would have seen it any other times you've used this thing.
Do I see any interesting
Too
ghosts?
easy.
No?
Damn.
One with a peg leg. I don't know.
Oh, my eyes are glowing. That didn't work.
Well, let's
Oh,
get
yeah,
him
let's go-
some
go-
meditative aid.
how difficult? I know this isn't your field, Laszlo, but like,
Ah, you did it.
how difficult? Like maybe in just passing other people of the arcane. Like, how difficult is it just to talk to people, talk to the dead, not so much, not raise them, but just communicate with them.
I'd need to have a think about that, but it's doable. Definitely doable.
Try and talk to the doctor.
No, I say, well,
Well, we
A,
know that he hasn't got a
if we
soul
try to
anymore,
talk
so-
to the princess, if we establish a connection, that means she's dead, and that this whole line of conversation of finding the princess's brain is automatically a dead one. That rules out that. But if we don't get a connection, that means that her brain is somewhere on this continent, wandering around, living its life.
That is true. That's an interesting point. Well, would you need anything specific, or is it just kind of... You said you got to think about it, so I'll leave that to
Yeah.
your discretion.
I could always scry on them, but I think it would just come to you. That's the risk.
Well, do we try that?
I could, but I'd need to scry on their brain.
All right,
Not
let's...
seen, which is a real stretch. I don't know if it's a doable thing. But...
Well, let's sit down and get some food.
You would have to know what they look like, right? So I don't think you've seen what the brain looks like or
No,
the new body.
So I can see what Dauntless looks like, which is them, but they're here and it's a different person. I don't know. That's what I need to think on it. It's a bit of a head scratcher.
All right, let's get some food.
And take them to a little. Is there a restaurant or a little food place which is seafood?
Premier
Even if you just get
seafood
some fish
location
and
on
chips.
here is... Well, they don't have specifically fish and chips. And the most premier location here, you have two options. Essentially, do you want to go cheap, or do you want to get those fancy, like,
That's good, cheap.
really,
Just
really
take it out and sit on the
nice-
pier and just
When
and get
me
some
and Henry went
stuff
to
to get.
fucking Boston and got $16 worth of
Oh my
oysters,
god. And
there
it was like
oysters.
2 oysters, bro. That shit was fucking. I thought me and Adam thought it was like actual orders. Plot
Just
twist
serving
is
size.
2.
Sure.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we'll just get some stuff to
Fucking
go.
waiter
Just
comes
sit out.
by with a platter with 2 fucking oysters on it. It was
Just
like a
2?
bunch of... Yeah, because it was one of those things where like they give you a sheet and you put a little check mark next to what you want instead of ordering from a typical menu. And we just put 1 because we thought it would be 1 serving size of oysters. Instead, it's literally just 1 oyster. And the guy comes by with the fucking platter, and he just puts like 2 oysters on the table. And we're just like, oh, we look like dumbasses, don't we?
2 oysters.
We look like a bunch of fucking idiots.
You just be like, I've never tried oyster before. I just want to try this first, and then I'll make
And each
another
one was
order."
like $12.
Yeah, it was a stupid amount of money.
It's fucking great.
Mind you, yeah, that whole day was weird.
They
I
do
To avoid- to avoid that,
they do have noticeable differences in taste depending on where the oysters are from, though. It is very
The
noticeable.
water, they filter through water, so yeah.
Dude, $12 for an oyster.
We can get some from the Hudson.
Yeah, some Hudson
Fuck
oysters.
that. My coworker,
Yeah.
my because where I work at, right, the GM factory was right there, right. So they're like, "Oh yeah, GM cleaned it out earlier," and I'm like, "Word? So why don't you go plug out an oyster from there?" And she's like, yeah, okay."
I
never
love
mind."
oysters, but not that much. I don't trust the river.
I think they would
but
actually
yeah,
be toxic.
Probably, yeah. We'll get some
Non-toxic oysters.
fish and just something to like a little wrap up bag. And I'm gonna go sit on the pier, dangle my feet off.
Speaking of natural food, we found
I-
out outside of the apartment there's a chestnut tree. Gotta
Huh.
collect it next year.
Hell yeah.
Dude. So I guess all 5 of us are sitting on the pier, dangling our legs over, like, huh?
Drinking.
Ain't this a
Just
bitch?
contemplating. Yeah, ain't this a bitch?
The food ain't free around here, so that's gonna charge y'all 10 silver pieces for feeding you.
I'll drop the gold for everyone.
I mean, could we not just put it on the tab?
Well, this is another
This is a different
restaurant. Yeah, dummy.
Well, I mean, like the.
I put down the fucking gold for
The
everyone
gold,
and tip
90% over
and
the
tip. I no
Look,
argue.
I'm just saying,
no
if,
tip here at all, Port. What are you?
if they're
crazy?
forcing us to stay in the
I come
town,
from
they-
heck of fates where rich people tip.
Blast.
Okay, so
I'm
I'm
just
not
saying-
trying to be rich. I'm just trying to make that person's day.
if his
okay.
boss is forcing us to stay in town, I was just saying he can at least pay for the food.
It's not. Let's not pull our. Let's not.
Let's
take
not.
any-
We're already kind
Yes, we're
of.
already knee deep in shit. Let's not go. Any higher.
Waist deep.
There you go. Thank you, Sam.
Hmm.
Damn, you would be up to your neck though.
I don't suppose we could just run away.
No.
And get Laszlo have
Get Ivan
groups of
murdered.
assassins
No.
after
Yeah,
them?
to be fair, yeah, you would be on the hook for that.
Yeah,
That's
I think
just-
the closer I stay to you, the safer I'll be. So, because if they try to come for you, if assassins try to come for me, they'll also be in the vicinity of you, and then alarm bells will ring, and people will come and protect you. So,
Hmm.
there's that. Am I thinking?
That makes sense.
Also, I just realized even if we go through disguising you, Dauntless, they know you're with us, so they'll go after us. Even
No,
if
they don't know who.
Yeah.
Well, they would know. Never mind. Yeah.
I think Varus's point's pretty valid as well. Anything happens, our necks on it.
Yeah, we're already. Yeah. At this point, it's more just. I don't
So
know.
unless we can leave Dolan with some kind of way of convincing the Morgemoth that the princess is here at all times, we're kind of.
That's not a
as
deal,
he
is
said,
it? No?
he cares about her safety more than anything.
Well, that's not what he said. He cares about her safety because as long as she's safe,
The deal
business,
is safe.
You're
business-
a
the
living
deal is safe.
contract, so yeah.
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 I don't know why he can't just pay a morally dubious doctor to fake records.
Because
Because
the
they said-
Morgemoths come to port every 4 months, and what happens with when one of them
Comes and you're not
someone
here.
hires up says, "Oh, I want to see the princess," since we were so worried for these last 2 years that she was dead or worse,
Oh,
and
He's
Oh.
sick.
Here's the other thing, right? Let's say you do stay here, right? Let's say we do end up just leaving you. It's hypothetical, but we should think about it anyway. Let's say you do stay here. They're requiring a handwritten note from you. You don't know how to
I'm
speak
good.
Draconic,
Just get that down.
Two.
I'm good.
and you don't know
Then
how
you're
to.
certain.
You don't know what her penmanship looks like. So either way, I'm not gonna say. I'm trying not to
I don't
say this
think
out
leaving him
loud.
here is really an
but
option either. At least
Either way, the contract is fault. You know what I'm saying? Because if they come here, they're gonna be like, well, this isn't the princess, but I guess this
Well,
is the
it
body, so
is
it's
because he
fine."
has the brand that we can't get rid of.
DM, whereabouts was Morgemoth proper on where they reside? Is it Rajal and Locke, or is it somewhere else? On Sanctus.
Make a history check.
What if we kill the Mordor moths?
Oh,
Oh my god!
Yes,
Yeah, let
Mr.
me just
Holy
take.
Man.
Let's
That's a
just
great
all,
idea.
Why don't we?
just
Why
take
don't
out
you?
a whole
Shoot my
fucking
dick off,
clan.
You can
Millionaires,
spearhead that. You can
billionaires.
spearhead that, Daedalus. We'll
Well, I
we'll be
literally
right behind
could.
you.
I
Yeah,
gotta
no,
add
it
my
would be really
D6.
okay. We get them all to come here.
All of them. There's
So
a
you
lot
are
of,
planning to become ruler of the Mordor.
we gotta,
We
yeah,
hypothetically we could. I'm just saying.
okay, I got an
If I'm
18.
in the same room as them and my heart stops, it'll just kill all of them. But we would also be killing an entire family.
You're also assuming that they're all gonna get in the one room to welcome
Everyone
this
come
one
really
princess.
close. Give me a big family
Yeah,
hug.
I don't think you understand how big
Come
the
on, I drink
radius
this
is
poison.
for that.
This would also be like unquestionably evil thing to do.
It's kind of
But-
goes against your morals a little bit. I could probably pull that off, but I'm not in your situation, so.
It would be an incredibly aggressive power play. But no.
Seize the
we can't
vacuum.
just kill them all.
I mean, yeah, I got an 18 on my history check for that.
No, Raja and Locke is where your guy was mainly headed out of. That place where
Where-
Morjamots are is Anupolis, capital city.
Anupolis. Okay.
Capital city of Sanctus. And also, while I'm throwing it in there for history checks, the Morjamots are patriarchal, so they don't fucking
Chad.
have a queen.
So even if you did kill them, you couldn't be the queen.
Well, if you kill all of them and you're the only one left.
Rewrite the.
Well, then that sounds like Dolan would become king of the Morjamoths.
I don't.
Yeah, I guess.
Then you'd be even more shit.
I mean, he wouldn't care at that point. Like you said, like I said, I think if we could find a solution where he can get out of this unscathed, I think he'd let you walk out of the city.
Oh
But,
no,
like,
I get that, but there's
Here's the
very
thing,
little
though.
options here.
What is that? What is it?
Yeah, like
I feel like we've gone all over everything that we could think of, and we haven't found a solution.
So how far with that check is Polis from the port?
Extremely far, because Anupolis is basically almost dead smack in the middle. You know, one of
Okay.
the oasis
Oh, yeah.
in the Crescent Ridge.
Is it
And-
Polis?
Anupolis.
Anupolis. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's quite far.
And Raja is a port
Is our
city,
coastal? Yeah.
northwest of the continent.
Yeah. I was just saying, like, I could theoretically get us to Sanctus. But then
yeah,
it'd be
but
a
that
long
involves
journey.
leaving the town that we can't leave.
Yeah. Yes.
DM question for you. I've always forgotten to ask you this. What is the port that I came through when I came over from Dominus? It was an old port, was it?
No, you would have come through at
Edmonton.
Nottington.
Nottington. Thank you.
All right,
Edmonton is not coastal. So.
Before we completely jump onto one plan, I think we need to gather as much information as we can. And I think, Varys, your idea of trying to contact the soul is a start. What would you need to contact potentially the dead soul? I want to say your name. I want to say your name that I've been calling you for months, but well, no. Varys's idea is if you try and contact the soul that is left, if she's dead, then we get a hold of her. But if not, then we know she is kicking around.
I might be able to finagle something with the orb because it enhances divination magic, and it sounds like I'm divining to find something. So,
Do you need like my blood or something? Would that help?
uh,
Because it's technically her blood. It's not even my blood.
It's like I said, I know it's not your area of expertise, so it's like but you're probably the most. No, you'd be our best
I mean,
bet.
I could give it a go, but it's a real
The blood?
humdinger of a. Let me read my spell book a moment.
Okay.
It is a thing, but I'm not sure on.
Man, maybe I should have teleported miles away. I say that, but none of you guys will understand that.
Is there anyone
Also-
Is there anyone magically inclined that lives here? Do they have like a?
Can I have my shirt back? Now that you're just
Give me
going
my
along
shirt.
with
I
the
just take
princess.
my shirt off and hand it to you.
Appreciate it.
I'm reading the scrying spell, Adam. There's some stuff in here that could work with the divination thing because it's like an enhancer of stuff, but it's a fucking stretch. As to because the person is here, but the brain is potentially somewhere else.
I look at Zen. Zen, I can't believe we had this much, or we had less trouble killing a bunch of orc mutants, berserkers with bongos than we have dealing with this.
That's just straightforward. You just put them down and that's it.
This is like grand schemes
This
and
is
shit.
this
It's
is
kind of
grand
fucking
scheme.
another
This is
layer up.
It's just,
this is we're talking about hundreds upon
politics.
thousands of gold here.
it's
Even
just
millions, I
kind of
think.
funny. But then again, we did almost die, and you lost fingers.
That was easily. That was not easily. Anyway,
Hmm.
Ivan, is there any magical component store here? I would imagine not.
Hold up,
Probably not. No, I wouldn't.
Ivan.
imagine.
Let me know if you're at a dead end.
Okay.
We do have one other option.
Oh yeah!
What is?
Wow, I'm stupid. I can't believe. It's better. It's literally better than nothing.
Oh,
I don't
Let-
know. I'm clueless.
and I start looking.
We phone
like
a
I'm-
friend.
I start pantomiming playing cards.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus.
Well, that's not a guarantee we have a solution, but they might.
Oh jeez.
li-
Well, I could give it a shot.
Yeah, let's give. If you
I'll
think
give
you
it-
have an
give
idea,
it-
I don't want
give it a
to.
go.
All right. So do you need blood?
I would need something, yeah, something
All right,
of you to find
take-
another piece of you that's not currently connected to you.
All right. I take out a dagger and I just kind of touch the tip of my
yeah,
finger.
put it in a vial or something, and I'll. Not too much. I need a little drip. Jesus. I mean, I know the target well, so -5. I have a possession, a likeness of them, and a body part, a bit of nail or which is blood, their blood. Fucking hell, okay. And I'd like to use the divination orb, which I can bolster the effects of it in some manner. It was very loose in the way that you described it, and it wasn't sort of set in stone, but I would like to try to locate that part somewhere and try to deduce where that may be, and if it is even still around.
Trying to locate the brainy bits.
Being the focus. So there's like, yeah, a lot of got their possessions. I have a part of them. A likeness of, so there's like a -16 for the thing. I don't know how these things work in the DC and such.
It is subtractive. Is that a
Hail
good thing?
Mary throw.
Yeah,
Let's
it
just
makes the
do it
DC
that.
lower to
Oh,
succeed.
Gotcha.
Excuse me.
It was a real fucking shot in the dark, but it could work, I suppose.
It's something.
It could just appear as you there and then, but I'm hyper specific to the brain of the princess. But
Hey,
it's a
Dar, let's go
real,
ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Wait, I'm making a wisdom saving throw?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ah!
11.
Laszlo, you can see a little camera right behind.
POV, like,
right
yeah, it
next to
didn't work.
Dallas.
It didn't work.
Oh.
So how I would say we play this.
It's in crystal clear 4K HD.
Yeah, well, it's like I'm right next. Oh, and I look up and I see myself. Oh,
I'm gonna go over and poke his head. It's like, hey, can you feel that? Or
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
As you look at yourself, it starts doing that thing when you have a mirror looking at another mirror, and it just fucking...
Ah!
My brain.
Laszlo-
Only his vision.
Or Ivan, both like you just get like a massive nosebleed as you're like
Jesus
or you're
Christ,
zoned
yeah,
out. Like, yeah,
Okay.
oh, that I can taste.
Yeah, it didn't work, so I
Hurts.
can't
Alright.
to
So-
sort that.
How I would say to try this, I would do that in my call. If it were my call, we would do it in this order. We try letting Dauntless meditate again, and before that, seeing if there's any way we can enhance maybe his, his muscle memory of
reach
being
with it,
the
yeah.
princess.
Well, let's go. Let's look at some stores then.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then
where can I take you guys? Where do you want to go?
You're the only one who's ever been in this.
No, I'm just saying, where do you want to go? Like, what kind of
what kind of
things?
stores we
Yes,
got? What's still open at this time? What time is it? Is it
I mean,
still
it's not too late. We just had a little lunch, so it's probably
4 o'clock.
afternoon.
okay?
It's still open, about an hour, I'd imagine.
Uh,
What kind of stuff? What do you want?
Ivan, actually, I got a question for you.
Keep saying it. Maybe
I'm-
saying it less was a bad idea. Maybe say it more. Let it ingrain.
I'm trying. That's what I'm trying.
Mr.
Can you
Poncho,
copy people?
yeah, not within my wheelhouse currently, but I've heard of things like that.
Ivan, is there an alchemical store here?
No, there's not. I had to usually import shit in. My curse of being in here in this place. Be very sparing.
Well, what if we make like a copy of me?
Ow.
But we are,
You-
we
You
are
keep coming up
knowledge-
with these
just do it.
ideas. You keep coming
do
with
it.
you keep coming about these ideas, right? But
have
like,
a
you're
kid,
not...
and then let the kid be the.
Let the kid deal with this
That's
shit.
a copy.
I feel like that would. I feel like
It'll take a
any
while,
kid,
of course. You
I
gotta
feel like.
accelerate a kid.
All right. Yes. Barring that, I feel like any child I produce would become a serial killer just from the
What
fact
the
that.
fuck?
Like,
What do you
Oh my
mean?
god!
Why would that be the case? Why?
Listen,
all right. This is your dad. He's the head of an empire, and this is your mother, who is a human man brain that was in an
Well, you
orc
don't have to
that then
say
got
that. You don't.
turned
You
dragon.
don't have to preface every conversation with "Hey, I'm a man hybrid."
Hey,
brain
I'm a
thing.
s-
You can just go with it. They
You
know.
know,
I feel
Dauntless.
like it would just mess him up.
hey,
Dauntless.
my brain, no good.
Moving forward in life, Dauntless, only the people who are closest to you really need to know personal
Yeah, you don't have to
details
be like, "Hey,
of
what's
your
up?
life.
I'm a brain." Like, it's coming
Even
across
then-
quite weird.
Like.
Well, maybe
this
if I'm as
situation would-
off-putting as possible, they can't possibly keep me here.
Well, I
Just
feel
do
like
all
in
the
this
bad-
situation,
You have not been paying
it had
attention to
have
any
tell.
conversation we've had about what the princess represents to this alliance.
I
Yeah.
have. I'm just hoping beyond hope.
Well, I say we go and when we're ready, we head back to Dolan, and he can take you to the quarters that you would be the princess's chambers. And again, if there's anything in his possession or anything that he left out about her that he can share with us, that's our best bet to get you to
or he
meditate.
can share with you. In
Do you
private.
guys also realize how rude we were to him? We never introduced ourselves.
Well, I mean,
I wasn't rude.
No.
I was-
You,
I was
Ivan,
fucked.
you're
I was-
good. You were fucked. I'm sorry, but everyone else, we were rude as fuck. We never introduced ourselves. We just came in there like a whole bunch of.
well, he
Yeah,
doesn't
tech-
even believe
wild
I am who
monkeys.
I am.
I mean, the three of us don't really matter so much as he already knew Ivan, and he knows who the princess is, even if he doesn't believe her, whether he believes our
but
story
you
or
were
not.
also the one that was demanding questions, and you never gave him your name. Demanding answers. I'm sorry.
I think what's happened. It's very bad, very bad. But
that
it is what it
conversation
is.
extremely bad.
I don't know. I may not have a job tomorrow. I may be thrown out to sea and killed. But it is what it is.
Well, don't worry about that. I'll threaten suicide or something. I don't know.
Well, okay. That'll do it.
I'll threaten suicide.
That'll do it. Ow,
I
I got nothing else to lose.
Oh my
if I'm
God.
trapped here, I'll fucking kick the bucket.
I mean,
What
look-
is this game right now?
Look, he wants to play
Threaten
this zero
suicide.
This is
sum game.
politics right here, everybody.
He wants
Okay,
to play
guys, I
this
set
zero
the
sum
stream
game.
to not for
so-
kids.
Adam,
I'm a political prisoner, and I will end it, and your empire will crumble. Threefold my ass. You
Well, look, my point is, we're not stuck in Allport.
they're
Allport is
stuck
stuck
here
with
with
us.
me. Is that what?
Yes, but at the same time,
I'm not stuck in
three of
Oldport
us
with
are
you.
residents of Oldport. We're just here with willy nilly. You
Yeah,
and
you
Ivan
guys-
are.
Well, I'm just
You
saying,
and Varys and
you got a
Zen.
job so long as I'm alive. I give him a thumbs up.
Way to go, Ivan.
I am really all over the place.
You're
I'm
fine.
angry. I'm not angry. I'm pretty angry with all of you. I'll be honest, but you know.
But I like it.
Part of it, as
now
Donna says, part of it is on me. But you know, I didn't ask for this.
Now that we are far, we're at the pier, and I look at Dauntless.
I'm
No.
looking off like.
Now, how can you ask Ivan if you can tell his boss about his secrets when he just told you no one in Oldport knows? So how does that
Wait.
correlate?
Wait,
Before
what?
we came into Oldport, Ivan
I did
here,
say, yeah.
Ivan here told you that no one in Oldport knows my secrets. We go into his boss's office. You start calling him by the nickname that we gave him.
I mean, I imagine.
And hold on. And you look at Ivan and go, "Hey, can I just tell him?"
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's just mind blowing to me.
Oh well, no, because he's your boss and he's the head of the Laszlo's
Yes.
Pearl Divers.
That's
so
like a pretty big person to not tell those sort of
I imagine
things,
he
though.
could put 2 and 2 together as to why we're calling you what you asked us to
'Cause I
call
work-
you.
Because I work for a company called that. Maybe give me
Yeah.
a cover.
Yeah, that was
You
my.
just from now on just say that, hey, that was the nickname that we picked for you because Ivan was
That's-
too long.
Yeah, but that's.
The 4-letter name
It's
was
the
too
same.
long, so we called him a longer
It's
name.
the same
Yeah,
amount of
that really
syllables.
checks out. Yeah. If we ever wanted a career in digging holes, fucking hell, we'd be fucking champions of that shit.
No, look, that would be easy. It's because it's honestly you didn't want to travel around with
Oh
me. and-
man, we should
potentially
call
things get out.
ourselves the League of fucking
Digging holes.
Digging holes.
Fucking League of Dirt.
It's ambiguous. Are we digging holes for the enemies we put in the ground, or are we digging holes for ourselves?
We
Got
know
two
it's for
meanings.
our own holes.
Sure.
Our own
Anyone else
graves.
will
We
wonder.
just dig our own
but we
graves.
know.
That's what we do. Oh Jesus fucking Christ!
Oh
I mean,
man, I can't believe this conversation
life
happened.
is
Holy
getting
shit.
interesting, at say the least. But you know,
Listen, with your old age comes excitement, right? I guess.
I'm not even that old. I'm not even that old.
How old are you really? Like
I told you, I'm not
Yeah,
saying
you're
it in here because I don't.
Yeah, I remember. Sorry, yes.
But yeah, it's not
You
as old
pretend
as
to
you
be
think.
really fucking old when you're not.
Well, how old is Ivan?
How old is Ivan? Well, you know, he's a spry old 175, but you know they know he's an elf. So it's... But old real me, just a little bit. Add a couple of numbers on that one, and you'll.
Okay.
I'll just nod. I don't really care how old you are. It doesn't. You got
That's
some
not the
life.
point.
Oh Jesus!
Oh man.
I'm a loss for words, but you know, it is what it is, and I can't really say much more than that at the moment. Yeah, do your fucking meditating thing. See if you can get anything
Trying to
out
look
of
for
it.
any aids for him.
All right, why don't you lead the way back? Oh, yeah. Actually, that's a good point. What do we?
I say we put you in the most princessy conditions we can, and then we try the meditation.
Go
Because
get some fine wines.
Well,
Like I
inebriate
said-
you, and then you
Maybe you could,
never meditate.
really lean into. I'm actually the princess, and I'm going to be hoity-toity about it. It was an elaborate act, but I got hit in the head. The thing of me getting attacked. These guys saved me, and I became jokey on my way. And
I think that may make things even worse, honestly, because then he.
If
thinks that-
anything-
I wanna
if
leave, I
anything-
want to be going. This is.
If anything, if we're gonna start lying, I say we stop.
I
We
don't
don't
really
lie.
think we're not very good at it, so that's
No.
not.
If anything, that would also have to be a lie. I feel like Dolan would have to be in on. Like I feel like
That ship has sailed. I think.
yeah.
So.
Well, that's a lie that's gonna happen if we leave him here. But that particular story doesn't really work if we. Anyway.
I'll have a think on the old body duplication thing, but I don't. This thing's gonna be, they're gonna need to. They're not. If you duplicate you, they're not gonna know Draconic either.
Yeah, but then I don't have to care about it at that point.
Forgeries are still gonna be on you. Well, I don't think of this whole. That body is fucking sanctified to be,
Sanctified.
Well, it is.
I get what
It's
you
fucking-
mean.
it is all on there.
But
yeah.
Oh man. I thought just running away from my problems was hard, but Jesus.
I literally can't run from my problems. My problem is like
You invite problems, so there's that. Come here. I ain't got enough problems. Get
look,
another
if I
problem.
wasn't in fact lied to and I am not in fact the hunchback, then like I had a wife and like a cabin in the woods, and you know what? I don't think I invited any of this when I wanted my brain swapped twice because I didn't want it. So
Oh, clearly you're. I don't know. Clearly you were that interesting that the guy had to do number 5 on you.
Give him the
But we
number
weren't holding
5.
hands.
Give him the number 5.
We
Sounds
still
like
haven't met number 1. Assuming the hunchback
You
wasn't.
haven't seen the bottom of my feet. That could be number 1. No. I'm
Yeah, you
joking,
don't know. I
obviously.
could be number 1. You guys
It could
haven't seen my
be.
feet.
We're all number 1.
you know what?
Show me your feet right now.
No.
I'm not showing you my feet.
Ivan,
I'm
is
not
there an
showing you my
insane
feet.
asylum in town?
Is there a no? It's a
No.
fishing. It's
In
a fishing port.
Yeah.
Well, because what if the princess did somehow retain her memories, and then she knew she had to get here,
Okay.
and then you have a stranger showing up in the wrong body, claiming that they're
Claiming-
the princess?
You gotta ask.
I think
Inferno
Dolan
that.
would have shared that information with us after our
Maybe
story.
not to the group of strangers. Maybe if the employee and the princess go there,
Let's.
and you know,
Well,
that's
if you
that's
two
a layer of
want us to
confidence.
sit this next conversation out, go ahead.
I'm
We'll-
just saying
we'll
because
head back
maybe
to the
he may
inn.
be
I
a bit
honestly
more
think it would
loose-lipped
be-
because he's speaking to an employee and his wife.
Well, or even maybe not necessarily here, but maybe if you have like, let's say she showed up at the nearest town from where she was attacked, and she's in the wrong body.
Okay.
And she's just claiming, I'm a princess, get me to Allport. And then everyone's like, oh, yeah, sure.
Okay. So let's
Sure,
say we do this, right? Now we have to go retrieve her. We leave. You can't come with us.
I feel like the mitigating circumstances being what they are, like he would understand that more if it's like, okay, well, literally this person.
You're assuming a lot here.
I know. That's why this is part of what I was saying before.
You
Let's
gotta
get
think
information.
of it like this. Hey, let me put my fucking business on the line again, despite having the security of that now here, and knowing that I have financial.
But his
security.
business is not secure. I cannot write in Draconic, so even if he were to hire a forger,
Well, you should lean into that and be like, well, you gotta help me.
that's
Yeah,
why I'm saying
yeah.
let's
When you two go
all right.
next
Let's
time
talk
to
to
see
him and see if he's
Sure.
had any like false starts, I guess, or
Fine.
Oh,
The three of
well,
us will
so
sit.
like-
Three of us will wait in the lobby.
No,
while you
come
guys have-
with.
No,
We'll
we're
wait
not
in the
going
lobby.
inside.
Yeah,
so
I think it's better.
I think
We
it's-
Do you
yeah.
want to converse more on this before we go in and have a, like we do when we were speaking to the Jarl, have a plan? So none of
Okay,
that.
we definitely should not
happens.
go back today. Right?
Yeah,
Today is
let it
fucked
simmer.
over.
Oh, I think
Let
he
it-
has.
let it
I
rest.
think I think we should at the very least, even if we.
Well, just
I
to
think
drop off
I think Dautilus should stay on the estate that he.
Yes. Yes.
As a show of good faith that
definitely.
we're not going to try and skip out.
Yeah, and you guys too.
No.
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 No, it's fine.
I'll
I'm
Yeah,
go
fine.
our
in.
rooms.
I'm an
We're fine in
employee.
the
Oh,
I'll
you're
need
an
to- I'll need
employee?
to
There you
escort
go.
you on the way. So it's not like, hey, all employees come chill at my estate. It's not like that at all. But I just want to do my due diligence. Try and untangle any.
We'll go
ropes
stay
and-
in the tavern
Yeah.
because
Yeah, you already got rooms.
we already got rooms. I already paid for them. Might as well just enjoy them. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know what your plan of
Yeah,
attack
if there's
is
any
going to be.
dodgy folk come looking for me, keep a note.
Trust me, we know.
Yeah. So are we gonna go to the estate?
Okay.
Oh, is he still at his office at this time?
He's still at his office. But maybe I need to.
Yeah,
go,
I would go to him and
I would go-
Yeah, I need
Well, why
to go
don't-
get the appraisal thing sorted and have
your
a wine
pal
with a
from-
friend.
Laszlo, I need to ask you a few questions before we talk to him again, if you don't mind. And this would be in private because I'm thinking about something, but it's incredibly desperate and possibly really stupid.
Okay. Well, I will.
private from the rest of us, or just private from.
Well, I'd private from the public. I mean, and if you guys
hold
aren't
on,
willing
let
to come
me
back
check
to my
thing
quarters.
here.
Well, why don't you just say it here in the pier before we leave?
How- Well, he said, eyes.
Hold on. Um, I'm gonna send you the message cantrip. I'm like, okay, this is a pretty quiet way of conversing. Just respond to me with your idea and try to be discreet about it. Respond, yeah.
Hello? Mentally? Like, how does this work?
God.
Mentally whisper it.
Well, you guys would see me just, like, looking around. How magically inclined are the Pearl Divers?
Not very.
Okay.
I'm up there. Like I'm a bit of a
So,
unique.
I know I
case.
joked about threatening suicide before. What if we just do that to try and bluff our way out of town? Like, I will just straight up kill myself, then I'll explode. It'll take you with me unless you let me go.
I mean, I don't know the ultimate powers. I mean, there's some pretty formidable folk in the town, I'd imagine.
Okay, well that's what I was getting at. It's like I could
Okay,
threaten.
so then that's the message done. It's got like a cut-off limit. So.
Huh?
Got like a words limit. So I think.
Oh.
Was that sending? Hold on, let me read
You're
it.
the one doing it. Oh.
Oh! I'm just reading. Oh, they can reply in a message. Yeah, okay. But yeah, it lasts a round, so it's 6 seconds. So you need to keep casting.
All right, so we have
respond to each
well,
other.
we have our. You get the general gist of what I'm saying, and then I guess it would end.
Yeah, agreed. I need to look into it. I respond back in the message.
Okay, while I meditate, do you want to bring them into it? We'll just again, I don't want to public.
Well, I don't want to meditate on the pier. Where you want to meditate?
Probably my quarters would be best.
Sure. I look to Varys and I message him back and forth in a conversation. I just fill him in on this drastic idea, just so you can tell that to the others when you get the chance. Just
My response to you would be, this sounds
I
like a
shrug,
horrible
like-
idea. We still don't know what the symbol on his forehead means.
agreed. I mean, have we? I say out loud, like, have we checked to see what it says? If it says anything?
It's just a crook and flail.
Okay.
That's just the symbol of his.
Of his
guy?
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
gents.
Ivan, is there like a Sandstrider church in town?
No.
Oh.
This is Brutash.
I don't think that'd be blasphemy. I think. That's not what I call
Well, that
it.
was mostly blasphemy in
It's the continent, I'd imagine.
uh,
I mean, I don't think so.
you play the religious angle.
Again, I don't think he cares.
Yeah.
Well, he may not care, but if we whip an entire town of people up into a religious fervor,
I don't think most people are here to just work, get pearls. It's a hard living, but I don't think they care that much. They'd probably
They
put
also
their faith
would
in.
have more loyalty to their boss than to you.
true. I gotta stop thinking of just how to flim flam out of this. That's not gonna help.
Got to flim flam into this. Turn it your
Oh.
way. That's another way.
That's what
So,
I'm thinking. That's the thing.
You might just need some space away from us. Go meditate. Do what you need to do, and then tomorrow morning we can regroup, and you can go see your doctor.
Yeah. All
Give
right.
you a
I'll
clean bill of health.
go think really hard. Can you show me where I'm going, Ivan? I have absolutely no idea.
All right.
Stay safe, guys.
As
Coming away
they-
from the pier, eventually someone bumps into you. Ivan, you recognize this guy. He's got a bucket half filled with some fish that he's recently caught, a bit of stalk of straw hanging out of one corner of his mouth, and his fishing rod over one shoulder. This is the quartermaster, or
Hey! Welcome. Hello. How you doing? Good luck with the fishing today. Good to see you.
I recognize you. Welcome back, Ivan. How's
Thank
the
you
trip
very
been?
much. It's been eventful, to say the least.
Who are your friends?
These are blubbery killers I had to go
Oh.
down with. I met them in Solholm, and yeah,
Yeah, hi.
whole thing.
Wait a minute.
I,
That's a female dragonborn.
that it is. That it is.
Yes and no.
Someone's been looking for you.
Yeah.
Well, you're here now, so I guess you guys get all settled down for your married life.
Seems to be on that. Yeah.
Folks available later? I'm gonna get a drink over at the Wheel Laddie.
Yeah, I'll be down to chat. And is Mitch
We're staying there,
Holly
so we'll
gonna
be there.
or
Right.
any
By
of
the
the family
way,
gonna be there, or
sister's off at sea right now. Pops is probably over at the house. Probably see you guys later. Maybe not at the bar. He's not been doing any drinking recently. He's been trying to get things smoothed over. He's been helping Stall for like a year and a half. Trying to get the Morgemoth off our boss's ass. Because you went missing, young lady.
I look at him the same way you look at like a retarded person trying to get your attention.
don't be looking like that at people. He's a good friend. Don't worry. He means well.
He says
for
hi
You-
on stream.
what the fuck do you?
I
Oh
look at him
my
like he's a
God.
retard. Like, what the fuck? Come on. Like,
Yo.
he's cool. He's a cool guy. Don't worry about it.
Oh
Um,
man.
Well, no,
You
in the
look
sense
at
that
a
like,
face of
oh,
disgust or
he
what,
doesn't
like
know
this.
any better.
Anyways, I'm a good friend of your buddy Ivan here. My name's Tucker Collins. But I'm a quartermaster over at the Pro Divers, so everyone just calls me quartermaster. I just got done doing a bout of fishing here. My day off, so I'm just gonna go hit the bar, and you folks are around the area, and I think you might be. I'm willing to chat with y'all for a moment. Catch up with old Ivan here. He's been away on the road for God knows for how long. I haven't seen his ass in a while. And welcome to Oldport, I suppose.
Definitely. First round's on me when you get there.
Oh, by all means, fellas, please. I invited you there. I'll take the first round.
All right, I'll get the second and third then.
Good on you, fella. Anyways, I'm gonna put these fish away so they don't stink up the joint. You guys, I'll see you in a couple of hours, maybe.
Will do.
Quartermaster.
He tips his little fishing hat, of which has like half a dozen hooks stuck out of it, and he makes his way on. The fish kind of, still semi-alive in his bucket, kind of like sloshing around. He makes his merry way away from you guys. It's at that point, Ivan and Dauntless, you can make your way over towards the CEO's estate, which is different from the regional manager's house, but they are at relatively close proximity in kind of the same neighborhood.
I
Dolan,
guess this is a fancy house.
it is probably one of the biggest houses here in all of Oldport, only dwarfed by the building used to make ships, and probably a warehouse. There's a large iron gate, of which has 2 guards at front. They are both standing at full attention, no slack jaw, no slouching, nothing. As you approach, they notice your presence and kind of give a nod towards first the employee here, then looking at the princess. They kind of give a deeper bow and push the gates open for you.
Mm,
Enjoy your stay, milady.
yeah, whatever.
Going up the pathway, it is a beautifully made pathway. The hedges are trimmed, almost making little walkways along the way. Some of them have been carved into the shape of various animals. Other ones are shaped like humanoids in various heroic poses. As you get towards the actual estate itself, it is a beautiful dark red brick and has almost ebony black shingles on the top. A series of iconographies and pearl-related and diving-related things can be found all across the estate. A small platoon of 2 guards and a guard dog can be seen making their way around the estate, going in a counterclockwise manner, eventually breaking line of sight around the other end, and then a different patrol comes up on the on the left-hand side. Seeing the two of you guys approaching the estate, they kind of get closer, and upon seeing Ivan and the fact that it's a rare sight of a red-skinned female dragonborn, it's kind of easy for them to put two and two together. They've been guarding this estate for some time, even if it has no actual person who's intended to be. Well, I mean, like, obviously the CEO's here, but, like, you're supposed to be what they're guarding, essentially. And you haven't been here for, almost 2 years. They kind of nod and don't harass you at all. They kind of just give a little acknowledgement of your presence. At the front door, there is a large knocker, of which, of course, has a rounded pearl on one end, and the other one is kind of shaped like an oyster shell.
Super. I knock.
Sometime later, a very small, about 3.5-foot individual, dressed in maid attire, comes to greet you at the door. The halfling woman is there holding a silver platter, of which has a rolled-up warm towel, if you want to use those.
I Slav squat to eye level, and then I take the towel and put it around my neck, like the back of my neck. Hi, thanks.
She bows, eyes half closed and not meeting your eye contact, as it could be, seen in some cultures as inappropriate to do so. They get out of the way of your pathway down this hallway. Of course, as you can imagine, the CEO's estate of a pearl diving company is extremely lavish. The chandeliers here are probably enough to put you through college if you sold one off over at the Solholm University. The carpets are extremely plush and vibrant in coloration and decorative qualities. All along the hallway, there are a series of decorations that really just scream, "Yep, I'm rich. Look at me. I got money." And mansion things.
I guess this is fancy.
It's fucking fancy, to tell you.
Yeah, sure if you like gaudy.
Comes with the business.
You pass by a series of rooms, of which are left closed, but you can tell what they are, judging by these neat little two-dimensional paintings that they have all around the frame of it. One of them depicts some sort of kitchen, judging by the spoon and fork crossed over a plate. Another one is probably the washroom/water closet. The flight of stairs that is adjacent in this hallway spirals upwards and leads towards the master bedrooms. There are also servants' quarters, dining room, a large foyer, and what's it called? A study, of which has a very nice series of books and a fireplace.
I
Two
go into the
cushion
study.
sheets. There is a servant always in presence, whether or not it's the halfling woman or a different servant. They accompany you as you walk along.
Oh, hi. Alright, sorry about the door. It's a lot to process. Being rude and all. Your names are?
At the moment, it's only one person. The servant is a human man, probably in his late 20s-ish. He has very, very well-groomed facial features, and is shaved clean. His hair is slicked back. Dorian.
Nice to meet you. Dot. You can call me Dauntless.
I have been instructed to accompany you on most of the rooms here, Princess. Please let me know if you need anything.
Okay. I'm just gonna poke around the books.
By all means, go ahead.
Books.
You look around the shelves, and many of them are very, very well kept. It's dusted very frequently, so it's not dirty at all. The variety of books goes from non-fiction to business-related, some fantastical tales, and everything else in between is educational in nature.
Laszlo, damn it!
Yes.
Whatever. What
Fuck
did
it, we're doing it
dragon?
live.
Fuck it, we do it live.
What did dragons read?
I look to the door in. I don't know. I don't know what dragons read. You mean what Mordemoths read?
Yeah.
I mean, dragons are very complex. There's a lot to them. There's a lot of different motives. You know, it could be an accountant. It could be, you know, they don't just live as dragons. People.
DM, how many
uh,
books would you say are here?
More than 10, less than 300.
Okay.
I mean, what do you want to know? Maybe Dorian and me here could help you figure that out.
What do I like? I'm not entirely sure what I would like to peruse.
How about something on Sanctus? Remind you of home.
Sounds great. I look
Maybe about Ampolis, Nupolis. No?
I look at the books and I try and find something on geography.
There are a few related geography books, most of which are going to be about Rutaj, because where do you think they are? The
Are there
closest
any like
one...
home comforts, like that sort of stuff?
Comforts for who?
For the princess.
Most of these books are for the master of the estate.
Yeah, this is his study. I just kind of
He'd have probably read up on you before going forward with it, so there might be something.
How to fuck dragons.
Jeez.
This is called a cloaca.
Oh lord.
The closest thing in terms of geography is a kind of like a world atlas. World atlas is kind of redundant. An atlas.
No, that's not helpful.
What were you expecting?
I don't know. I put the atlas back. All right.
Well, Dorian, you know, the princess here's had a long old journey, and they're a little bit foggy-headed. Is there anything they could do to help refresh them on them a little bit? If you have anything in there.
I'm not quite following your question there, sir.
Anything about Sanctus and the Morgemoths, if there's anything, really. Some of the things I could tell you what they've been through to get here is pretty wild, but you know.
Smooth as butter there, Ivan. Smooth as butter.
There are some books that are related to the Sanctus area. Many of them are for the master of the estate's eyes for a surface level of business etiquette for dealing with people overseas.
That could work.
I mean, I could, if you could. I mean, I don't want to speak for the princess, but you know, you could procure some of those light reading maybe to.
Yeah, you got something like that?
By all means, yes, I can find that book for you. He grabs a ladder that is one of those slidey ladders that you can move all along the shelf.
And then I push over the ladder.
I fucking kill him.
Quick, let's run.
I pop the message spell to
Serious?
Dauntless, and I'd be like, no.
No.
I don't know.
It's not something we've been planning.
Listen,
Shut off.
We're
Running
very
card, bitches.
desperate here.
I eat him. I kill him. I say, like, you know, I've got experience in etiquette over there. If this book is up anything, I might be able to, maybe.
Look, I'm just hoping it jogs my memory. Or the body memory. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. And I sort of go, do you need me to move it along? Are you all right? Say,
All is well, thank you. He climbs up the ladder, goes to probably like the 4th highest shelf, and he comes back down with a reasonably sized book. It's probably somewhere about like 100 pages odd, and is bound in typical book bindings. It's not like shoveled or anything. It looks like it's kind of well read through, judging by the state of its spine.
Cool, thanks.
Of course.
I'll read this in my room. I've been told that I have one, apparently. Can you...
Yes, of course, Princess. I can escort you to the room of yours dwellings.
Charming.
Up the spiral staircase you go, up until the 2nd floor. There's a beautiful stained glass that looks out over the city and has a seascape view as you reach the top of the stairs. Eventually, you are led down one of the hallways, and there is a master bedroom for what is presumably the household. You go into this room, and there's an adjacent room that attaches in the center middle of the right-hand wall. This room was built with your expectation. It has been kept nice and tidy for the last approximate year or more to be presentable for when you finally come home. Welcome home, Princess.
Alright, on the trend of not being terribly rude, did you keep it tidy for the 1.5 years?
On certain days, yes, but not every single day. Since
Would it
no
help-
one was really living here, it was just a job of sweeping around the dust mites. The bed was never slept in, but we did need to change out the sheets every once in a while.
Alright, as thanks for doing a good job, does it help if I put in a good word for you?
No need, ma'am. I am happy to serve the way I am. And now that you are here, I can actually fulfill my duties to the best of my ability.
I look in the room, are there like 2 armchairs, or is there only like 1, or like...
You go into the room that is your designated quarters. There's an armoire with a very large mirror that if you wanted to, if you took a step back, could be a full-length mirror. A nice cushioned seat that you can sit on. All sorts of boxes for jewelry and makeup. A very large canopy bed that is, slightly bigger than a king and is covered in all sorts of plush material that makes it, very squishy looking. The window leading outwards also faces the seascape and has a series of little blotches in them that create this interesting looking effect as light peers through this room. Almost as if it's like a perpetual sunset. There's a candlestick and everything if you need it.
Would we be able to get another chair for my good friend Ivan?
Yes, I can grab that from one of the nearby storage facilities.
Much appreciated.
This one, Ivan, is your designated bodyguard now?
Yes.
Dorian leaves to grab a chair.
See, I got your job on lock. You're not getting fired, no how.
Jesus. Okay, that's a lot of responsibility all of a sudden. More so than before. All right.
I used to just dive for pearls. Now I have to take care of you. Fuck, bro.
What rest?
You know what? Before
we
you
can make
came
of that
on the
what we
scene, I was
can.
keeping myself alive, so...
All right.
Less than 5 minutes pass before Dorian comes back. He's got a chair. It is one that you probably would have had in the dining room or something. He brings it over and places it at the corner of the bed. And there are other chairs in here, but it's just like a little stool for in front of the armoire. And another one in front of a very nice looking desk. A dark wood that is stained and lacquered and everything. A single chair in front of it that has a very high back and appropriately sturdy armrests. And then he brings you this dining chair one that has a bit different theme to it.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
If you need me, I will be just on the other side of this door.
Alright, where I take like a bath or something?
The water closet can be found on the first floor. If you need me to start running a bath for you and heating up the water, I can do that now.
Yeah, if you could, I'm gonna.
Of course, princess.
Thanks.
He leaves and
the-
begins to run your bath.
Okay, the way I figure it, I'll take like a nice meditative bath and try and relax the body. Maybe that'll help.
Sure. What do you want me to do?
I don't know. You do you. I literally look. You know more about this town and this whole situation. I'm reacting the best I can. Or trying to react the best I can.
All right. Yeah.
But you know, while I meditate, why don't you go see if the guys have picked up anything? Like maybe they were able to get a hold of Loki.
Sure. I'll. I don't know. Is there anything I can do now that you've admitted me as this thing to this guy?
What?
There's a whole thing now. Am I allowed to leave? Are you
I don't
sending
see
me
why
on an
not.
errand? Is that it? Like,
I get what you're saying.
I'm anything in an official capacity.
Let's see. Do I got any paper? I look around. Is there like a pen and pad or pencil?
I'm sure that I look on the desk for you.
I have my pocket
Okay.
notebook. There you go. I
There you
take
go.
out my pocket notebook.
Write me like a shopping list or something. I don't fucking know.
I'll write it in Celestial.
I'm not gonna fucking know that. I don't read that.
Well, Celestial. What
Oh
does
my God,
Celestial look
okay.
like, DM?
You
What?
know biblical angels and how they're kind of like freaky.
And like wavy and shit like that. I'm looking something fancy because the other thing I know is orc, and orc is like unga bunga idiot speak.
Orcs write crayon.
Yeah.
Hey, orcs aren't idiots. Dare you just assume a whole entire race is they're just idiots?
I know like one smart orc. No, I
We
know a
have
few.
I like me and Turok are like the two smartest orcs that we have met.
You're assuming Turok's smart. Man has a
Yeah.
-1 to his intelligence.
I have a 0.
Better than
so-
me.
He didn't say Turok was smart. He said he was the smartest orc.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like we were technically the two smartest orcs
Comparatively to the other orcs that we've met, I
Yes.
mean, like,
thus far.
I've
So
met some pretty astute lads in that slave place. That was pretty.
in Celestial, I essentially just write a bunch of bullshit, and then I'd sign it as like Princess Hulong, and I title it, or I write that in common at the bottom, Princess Hulong. Here, no one should question.
Just in case
that.
someone can read, what does it say?
Dick
Eggs,
butt,
milk.
dick butt, dick butt.
Yeah, pretty
Eggs,
much.
milk.
I just wrote like bread,
The equivalent of dick
water,
butt, dick butt.
eggs, milk.
I can stop by the bakery if those two people were actually those people that. That's I'm being really paranoid, you know.
So I write that out and hand you it like on with like gilded circles, and it looks all nice
Thank
and
you very much.
calligraphic.
Go enjoy your bath.
Oh,
I let Doran. I've been sent to go do
A
some
mission.
errands while the princess has their bath. I will be back. Yeah.
So you give him a celestial shopping list. And you go ahead and give him the note. Dorian is downstairs in the water closet. He is fetching water to fill the tub and is going to get it heated in just a moment. With your shopping list in tow, you're gonna go and do something?
I gotta get bread apparently. So
Okay.
I'll check the bakery. See if my main thing is I want to see if the bakery has those two people
sure.
that fucking because I was like. I didn't believe that they were who they were. I want to just check. I'll do that. Pick up some actual bread. Then swing in the laddie. You know, let them know what the fuck's going on.
Let's see. You exit the building with the large 2 doors closing behind you. They slam shut, and you look out into the walkway. You know where the bakery is? It's relatively close to one of the... Actually, it's almost like right next door to the Wheelati, because it's very convenient to have the bakery right next to the tavern. So you plot your route, and as you're exiting the courtyard of the estate, you notice that you don't see any sign of the patrol that was doing rounds about.
No eyes on the patrol.
Yeah, there was
Okay,
a
I'm gonna ask the
patrol.
2 guards that were at the thing. Where's the dog and the rest of the guards?
The estate itself, or the front courtyard, is relatively long. Probably takes about like almost 2.5 minutes to actually walk across it at a normal pace. You don't see the guards, and the courtyard is at the gate is at the other side. You start making your way towards that other gate, and suddenly from behind a tree, a series of figures begin stepping out.
Okay.
Many of whom have ceramic masks.
Ugh.
I'm gonna go ahead and say we ended today's session right there.
Oh, fuck you. Oh. Yes. Andrew, just go back.
I'm back.
Good timing. We're done for today.
Oh, we are?
Yeah. In a fun way, what you missed is you sent Laszlo. I said that on purpose. Over to do a nice little errand. You're gonna take a bath, and he steps out into the courtyard of the estate and notices that the guard patrol is missing. And as he makes his way towards the front gate, a series of people in ceramic masks step out from behind a tree.
Oh, shit.